We're going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to handle the budget units under the CDD department. That'll be Building and Safety 2602, Code Enforcement 2603, Nuisance Abatement 2604, Planning 2702, and that will be it. I'll turn it over to you, Director.
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The vision of the Community Development Department is to provide excellent customer service through the realization of three priorities. First is recruitment and retention of staff. The second is professional development. And the third is to pursue fiscal sustainability, particularly for the code enforcement and planning divisions. Department-wide, we have realized increased efficiency through the implementation of our OpenGov electronic permitting system. We have also been working with the Auditor's Office to prepare for implementation of the Workday system. Additionally, we have implemented internal processes that will make us less reliant on other departments regarding notifications of cash flow and fund balances. Economic development is an important part of every action that we perform, every task we do in community development. And we continue to support Ben in anything he needs, as well as pursuing education opportunities that we can to help teach economic development best practices within our department. For today's budget, we were advised to prepare a budget as a status quo year. And this is because, as the board is aware, we have an upcoming review on our organizational, operational, and fee structures. And we may come back to this board with a number of recommendations for changes after that review is complete. I have with me our Deputy Administrator, Shannon Walker-Smith, and we will go through the budgets now, starting with Unit 2602, Building Division. The Building Division inspects plans and structures to ensure compliance with health and safety codes. This year's budget is conservative at this stage, again, knowing that we may have changes as a result of that upcoming review. The board will note that this budget reflects decreases in contributions that historically have been taken from the building division to support planning and code enforcement. I will turn it over to Shannon to see if she would like to highlight just a couple items from this budget.
I'd like to highlight a couple pieces of good news since our last report to the board on the budget. The last several months have been cash positive for building and safety, which means we brought in more revenue than our expenses in that month. And we're currently at a $350,000 positive cash balance. So those are, and based on the revenue projections, we made significant decreases to revenue projections at mid-year. To a more conservative number, and then we have brought in about $130,000 more revenue than anticipated based on those reductions. So things are looking up in building and safety. The most significant changes you're going to see in the building and safety budget is there's a significant staff decrease. That's the change of moving all of the admin staff in community development that support all three divisions. Those were all moved to the planning division for this budget with the idea that eventually building and code enforcement would both be able to make their contributions for 1/3 of those staff people and expenses. And in the budget you have in front of you for building and safety, it does not include a repayment to the loan yet, nor does it include that contribution to planning for the next fiscal year, with the idea that that will be a goal to work towards. And I think that's all I had on building and safety. Any questions?
I don't believe so at this point.
We will move on then to Budget Unit 2603, Code Enforcement. Our code enforcement officers and program managers are in the community every day, working with the public to address health hazards and code violations in our communities all around the lake. The main activities include the abandoned vehicle abatement, illegal dumping, and recognizing unpermitted development and complaints of hazardous vegetation and living conditions. Other actions they perform related to grant programs are cannabis and substandard housing, and as the board knows, is familiar, the COPTER program, which focuses on the communities of Nice and Lucerne. There are continued efforts to increase revenue through the collection of our fines and cost recovery. And this is also connected to the next budget unit, 2604. And again, that includes the COPTER programs you'll see reflected there for the communities of Nice and Lucerne. Turn it over to Shannon for highlights.
Nothing significant to highlight in code. We'll be coming back to your board at the beginning of July with some programmatic updates on all of the grant and board-funded programs that we're running in code, and those will include some updates on numbers, both activity and fiscal. This year's budget for code does include the contribution of 1/3 of the cost of the admin team. So you'll see that. And in 2604, we are utilizing pretty much what we have remaining in our abatement fund, moving that out of reserve and into the budget to fund abatements for 2627. We'll talk about the future of that fund at that next presentation as well. And that's all I have on code and nuisance abatement.
One last detail, I just wanted to remind the board that we have switched a number of our code enforcement officers to program managers. This is because, coordinators. This is because not only do they maintain their code enforcement officer duties, but they have taken on additional responsibilities due to the burden of additional activities to manage the grants that keeps code enforcement fiscally almost sustainable.
Actually, one more clarification on that. There are about $500,000 left in reserve in the nuisance abatement fund, but quite a lot of that is owed back to the auditor's office based on the contributions that were made that were not actually, we're paying those back now. So what is remaining in that fund, the majority of it will go back in repayment.
If there are no questions, we'll move on to 2702, planning.
I think we can move on.
The Planning Division processes land use and zoning applications, both for current planning, such as land subdivisions, use permits, as well as long-range planning projects. And this includes our Lake County 2050 update of our general plan and all 8 local area plans, the climate adaptation plan, as well as upcoming projects for long-range planning, which include the housing element and the upcoming zoning code and map update that will serve to resonate or reflect the changes in the general plan. This division also serves as the hub for environmental analysis for all county projects. Objectives within this department are to continue to focus on efficiency and cost recovery, both using our OpenGov electronic permitting system, as well as looking at and implementing internal processes that include a very cautious introduction of use of AI tools. We intend to complete the Lake County 2050 project this year, and also recently started, hopefully for completion this year as well, are the draft Article 73 cannabis regulations, as well as draft ordinances for the low impact camping and short-term rentals that was discussed with the board in February. We intend to launch the housing element update either this year or early next year, as well as the zoning map and zoning code update, which will follow the Lake County 2050 conclusion. Additionally, the board should be aware that we will also start working on implementation of a number of actions that are listed in the Lake County 2050 general plan. And we'll keep you updated as those come along. Just another note, there has been a restructuring of the existing administrative staff, as Shannon mentioned, for more transparent staff structure. So a lot the staff that actually support all three divisions you'll now found located in the planning division. And we are looking forward to the upcoming operational and fee structure review. One last note, there are three currently vacancies that we do not intend to fill at this time. We also recognize the unfunded positions are going away, but we just want the board to know that we're maintaining a very conservative nature and culture up in our department while we wait for that organizational and fee structure analysis. That concludes our presentation. We are very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Vice Chair Pyska.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there are there's some good news on the revenue side. How is it going in planning?
We continue to experience less than anticipated revenues in planning, likely due to the economy. And although we have met the reduced projections that we presented at mid-year, the other thing that I forgot to mention about code and now about planning is both of those budgets, as we're headed to the end of the fiscal year, we had far fewer expenses than what were budgeted for us in 25-26. So code enforcement was below 60% expended, and planning is in the 80s. So we have been very conservative about our budget. We'll be, rolling a lot of money back to the general fund in those two divisions, and we just work to continue to project revenues conservatively. We projected in building about a 25% reduction in revenue compared to what we projected at mid-year. Just continuing to be concerned about what the reality might be in 26-27. So as Maria mentioned, this is very conservative budget.
So the positions that you're moving over to planning, are those general fund now? Or how are they? Because in building, they're covered by building. And so you're
Right.
moving them over to planning, and then those are going to
Well, they were not going to be covered by building. So building does not have enough revenue to support those positions. In the past, what was happening is that some of those positions were in building and some of them were in planning. And so it wasn't really a good representation of what it costs the whole department to run that division, and it wasn't an equal division of those expenses to the three divisions. So we're trying to right that, but at the same time, building currently isn't in a position to make its contribution towards those expenses.
And so is planning able to cover those, or we're still going to need general fund support?
That will,
to cover?
yeah, it'll be supported out of general fund.
So I'm really concerned. I don't want to make these changes until we've, I'm speaking for myself. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but we're in the middle of an analysis of your department, and it just seems a little counterproductive to be moving things around when we're in the middle of, we've hired someone, a professional, to come in and help us with all of the, with fees and looking at positions. And so I would rather wait until we get through this, but that's my opinion. I'll hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Okay.
Additionally, those modifications were made for visibility and understanding the budget. It doesn't change the expenses or the revenue. And so if we were to revert back to how it was historically presented, it wouldn't be any different than it is now. So we were making those changes so that anyone looking at our position allocations could get a better understanding of the staff that provide support for all three divisions.
If we were to move those positions back for 26-27, likely planning, or either the general fund would have to make a contribution to building for it to pay for those positions, or planning would have to make a contribution to building. So as Maria said,
Yeah,
it wouldn't make a difference in terms of what the expenses are.
Well, I still think, for me, I wouldn't, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We have a consultant coming on. I kind of want to see what the what the results are from the report and then move accordingly. That's my,
Okay, let's go through the other comments or questions before we decide.
It, so this came up in, I want to say late October in order to meet a November date, or late November to meet a December date. I forget which payroll. I think it was the November 1st one that was an issue. Then unfortunately it took a little bit of time to get to a little bit of a deeper dive conversation. We gave direction, and while I think the direction was not a bad direction, the timeliness of it is just, I'm struggling with it right now. That I don't think we've signed a contract yet, unless the contract doesn't need to come to us for the review. I know that there was a little bit of time period where things weren't quite signed yet. I don't know where we are
I think
with
it's
signing it.
tentatively scheduled for June 23rd to come before this board.
And then it's going to take time to onboard, then it's going to take time to study, then, and by that point, we're going to be back to October, November. And so that's a whole year's worth of something we know is an issue. You're telling me you're at 25% below, and I guess I just feel the need to say, at what point do we just rip the Band-Aid and say what needs to be said? And how do you make it work? I mean, I'm looking at all three are never going to be 100% like independent. There's going to have to be a support of some kind. But I'm looking at building and safety here, and building and safety, which is not supposed to be typically general fund supported, is still running in the negatives this year, and owes money. And so how do you owe money and put together a budget that has a negative outcome? You haven't solved the problem, you've moved it around to make it, I guess, more appealing, more possible by balancing it out with other things. But the problem is still, and I'm just going to be blunt, you have more staff than you have work coming to you that pays for the staff. And there's solutions to that. And I know that we didn't give you exactly what you wanted to hear last time, which was almost a doubling of fees, because that didn't seem like that felt counterintuitive to the economic development that we also want to see. And I feel like we're waiting, but while waiting, in our large conversation with our long-term vision of where our finances are going with our general funds, this is like knowing that we're helping to dig a hole deeper by waiting, when we know that we're just digging a hole deeper. And if there's not enough work to provide the need for the positions, then we need to start talking about a minimum, not the full, because maybe that's where we get the help. Because to me, the contractor is for the long-term health of the department, but there's a short-term issue that we're just not dealing with. And I feel like it's the elephant in the room, but we have to eventually get to it, and we're just delaying and delaying and delaying, which only makes it harder on everyone else, because there's only one budget for general fund, and it's shared by many. And so I'm not seeing that, and I cannot approve today the building and safety. It has to, at the very least, balance out, at the very least. And I would love for it to also pay something back, or else it's not a loan if there's no payment. I will speak a little bit to I'm glad you mentioned it, and it's one of my reasons that I've been mentioning it during some of our code enforcement appeals that have come to us, or lien hearings that we've had, where I am barely seeing code enforcement officer being listed on those doing the duties that eventually comes to us for us to charge on the properties. Mm-hmm. And that's because we have one manager, three, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to use a different term, like supervisors, like the next in-between level, and then 4 officers. But the people in between the three are paid more than an officer. And so it's like, it would, in my opinion, seem more expedient to have what I've seen in some of these other departments, which is a manager, a supervisor, and then the rest underneath, where that supervisor can handle the rest of whatever the grants might be or whatever the case. But to have 1, 3, and then 4, it just seems really, really top-heavy. And I'm concerned that that may be the case for some of the other departments as well. And I think we just need to have the discussion that none of us want to have, which is if there's not, I mean, we at one point we had 300 something cannabis projects. That's dwindled down to 50? Huh? Projects still in the works?
No, about, yeah.
Last I heard it was 60 something. Maybe we're down to 50. We're about to kick more out maybe by saying that it's not a project because it hasn't been updated. I don't know. But like that number is really small. I don't feel there's a huge number of other economic development stuff that's been occurring in its case to fill in the gap. And I feel like we're trying to hold on to something that from a personal perspective is hard. From a financial future of this agency perspective, it doesn't make any sense to me that we're trying to hold on to something that is just the anchor that is drowning us. And so
Also, let's keep in mind that while we had those 300 cannabis projects, we had to outsource. So we had a separate company handling those.
and
So a lot of our planners remained on current planning projects, which is where they are still today. It's just that they took on a number of those cannabis projects because the contractor was performing substandard work. And so what we did was train our staff deeper and across the planning team. So what we have now is a much better, more efficient, more experienced, more educated planning staff that are still all very busy working on current planning projects. To the extent that since I am the principal planner, since I did not hire one of those in order to be more fiscally conservative, I am taking on the entire long-range planning load. So please be reassured that at this time, all planners are working on current planning projects, which are cost recovery. It is not a case of where we were all handling 600 projects and now we're just down to 200. We are still working at maximum capacity in the planning division. I do look forward to having the discussion regarding the elephant that has been in this room since last year. However, we are doing this waiting at the direction of the board. We had a number of possible options presented to the board a few months ago, and the board directed us to wait until we could conclude that review of our operational and fee structure analysis, which I do anticipate to show recommendations of both organizational improvements as well as fee structure improvements.
And I don't disagree with what you said. What I would say is I would also agree with the fact that we had a substandard contractor, which probably made you guys have to work a whole lot more than if it was a contractor that took those files and did the work for you guys. And so I think that was still an added weight. And I'm just, it's taking longer than I would want to get to where we are. We haven't started with our contractor, and I think we just have to take at least a step, maybe not all the steps, but we have to take a step because it's concerning as to what I see, and I'm not seeing that it's enough at this point in time. We need a short-term solution while we wait for the long-term solution.
Shannon does have a couple points, but before I hand that to her, I would also let the board know that as a result of the discussions that we have had on the fiscal situation of CDD, we did lose 2 staff members who were worried about the stability. That worry and that instability continues as part of our department. So we do have staff savings personnel on those 2 positions that we lost as a result of this ongoing discussion.
If I may, I had a couple of clarifications on some of your questions, Bruno. The intention of this budget was certainly not to move it around to make it more palatable. The way that we are moving things around now is intently for transparency. The other thing is that the revenue numbers that are in this budget for building and safety are extremely conservative. We're doing that on purpose so that we don't end up in another situation of needing a loan. I anticipate we're $350,000 cash positive right now. The request that you're seeing for general fund contribution to building may be relieved, likely will be relieved through reserves that will fund balance transfer over in building at the end of this fiscal year when the fiscal year closes. We're not going to spend $350,000 in the next 15 days. So we likely are going to fill that gap on our own. And then we need the rest of the cash to start the fiscal year. But it is my great hope that revenues will exceed projections. And with this conservative of a budget, that's, likely. And I'm even hoping that post the consultant's work, we may be able to make a loan payment. So even though the building and safety budget in this version is looking like it needs a general fund contribution, and admin could verify, we feel very confident that will not be the case at the beginning of the fiscal year. Secondly, on code enforcement, the cost, so we've said this before, I just want to make it really clear. Our program coordinators spend 95% of their time doing officer work. They're officers. They have a bit of added responsibility over grant objectives. And so they have their eye on the prize for a certain project or grant program, and their added duty is to work with their partner to ensure that we're meeting objectives, numbers, and things. Like if we're supposed to be doing 650 inspections for CDBG, they're keeping their eye on that number and making sure that we're working towards our grant objectives. It would be far more expensive. Those officers only make, it's not very much, maybe $5,000 more than an officer, the coordinator does. So that's only, say, these are total approximate numbers, but say it's $15,000 more. It's far less than employing a whole nother level of a management team, right? To add a supervisor position would cost us all in, $100,000+. This is only costing us $15,000, and we're basically getting the same service by adding a little bit of duty to those 3 officers' time.
Supervisor Hahn?
I think that a lot of what Mr. Bruno had mentioned were the things that I had on my notes, which is I was really wanting to know when when we are expecting the audit results. And I don't know that that was really stated, but that's what I'd like to know, is when we're going to have those results in hand. Have we, it sounds like we have not hired somebody at this moment, is that correct? Or have we? Where are we with that?
Can you give us?
So we had to move to our second option for the RFP. We are almost done with the contract, and it will come to your board, like Director Maria Turner said, on the 23rd. And it's a 7-month time frame for them to do their evaluation, both fiscally and structurally. So
Okay.
we're talking past October, November.
Okay, yeah, and that was, I was wanting a date on that. I also agree that cutting some of the positions from the upper management a little bit, so, because like you said, if you've got 4 and 4, we're paying them more. It would only make sense. I did want to say kudos on 2390. I'd noticed that you reduced that by $750,000, which was your professional specialized services, administration services. And then the one below it, 2391, you'd went up 50,000. I'd seen that one first, actually. So it is on 2702. And so it looks like it's balancing out to like a $700,000 savings in that particular area. But if we had known, however, about us going into the red and having all those issues prior to budget last year, that may have had a different result on bringing our cannabis fees back up to where they originally were too, because we found out right after we accepted the budget and leaving the 50% reduction in place, and that's something that could have helped us. Thank you.
So these two positions that left after we started discussing this, how long have they been vacant?
Couple months now, I think.
A few months?
yeah.
Okay, and are we proposing to, those positions are not going to be refilled?
No, they
So
will
the-
remain vacant pending the results of the review.
Okay, so the current budget does not have them in it? Okay. And then going back to what Vice Chair was talking about, these positions that were going to be moved, is there any different effect on the general fund, whether they stayed where they are or they moved to what's being proposed? Is there any different effect on the general fund, if my question makes sense?
The only thing may be that we would have to give building and safety a additional loan if they stayed where they were at. However, if they move to a general fund budget, then the money can be drawn down without having to come to the board for a separate item.
Okay, so we would, if we left them where they were, we'd definitely have to give them more, potentially. So I just wanted to get a little more detailed on that, because I also think, I mean, we went to all this effort of trying to hire this consultant, which I guess we're going to decide on here in a couple of weeks, thinking that they were going to be the experts on telling us what we should move, what we shouldn't move, how to staff it, how to be more efficient with our money, just kind of the whole package. So
We do anticipate that those recommendations might actually affect actual positions rather than just where they're listed within a budget.
okay. All right, is there any other, do you want to?
Yeah, the two vacant positions, which division were they in?
Both planning.
They were both in planning? Were they planners?
No, one was the planning commission clerk, the other one was at the counter. So we have one planner at the, or we have one planning technician at the counter now, and all the planning commission clerk duties have been redistributed amongst existing staff.
Additionally, we're losing our accountant at the beginning of July. So we have sought permission to post that position. It's posted promotional only as we speak. And so we're going to fill that position, but we will not fill the accounting tech position should our current accounting tech be the successful candidate for the accounting. So we will be down a third position in our finance office regardless.
Okay, do we have any other board questions before I open it to the public? Doesn't look like it. I'll go, yeah, go ahead.
A quick question. Why at this moment, it just feels like it convolutes the thing more than anything. Why do we have to have the unfunded positions currently in code enforcement and in planning? I don't know if it is also is in building and safety. There's one in building and safety as well. So that's 7 total unfunded positions that I count in all 3 departments.
Why do we have them listed, you're asking?
Yeah, like just, I mean, I feel like it convolutes the process unless you start digging deeper and then realize it's like that the position allocation isn't true. You got to take that, then you got to figure out that what's unfunded, what's funded, because it gives you the full number, whether it's funded or unfunded. Obviously, your salaries are only based on what's funded, but it just feels like it's an added, like, can we clean that up? If there's a need to add somebody back in the near future, that's what we do. Just
I would defer to the administrative office since they're the ones that drafted this resolution where it's listed as unfunded, but certainly, yeah, we have no intention of filling those. nor did we have any intention of making anything convoluted.
Can you weigh in on that, please?
Yeah, so I just see 3 unfunded positions in planning. I don't see anything for code or building and safety. However, unfunded or remove altogether is basically the same thing. We'd have to come to the board to either fund it or add the position in. Some departments have requested to unfund positions, others request to remove them. Basically, it's the same thing, just they'll still show in there or they won't, but we can absolutely remove them.
I just think it should be a county-wide policy rather than, it makes it a cleaner position allocation sheet when you look at it. You don't have to keep digging and diving deeper into the details. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room?
Good afternoon, Board, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. A few things. One, it was refreshing to hear that the contract that was going to assess CDD was going to include more than just fees. When it was discussed last time, it seemed to be just looking at fees. It is, I think, critical that it look at the entire operation, and I'll get to that in a second. I do agree with Madam Pyska's recommendation that it is too early to take a look at this, and there's quite a bit of problems. It does seem to be quite top-heavy. It doesn't make a lot of sense if somebody's 95% of their job is to go out and do inspections, but then charging them at a higher rate for that inspection. It doesn't seem to make sense, and that's quite a lot of people. One of the reasons that I observed when I was going through the numbers a while ago is this department, building and safety for sure, but also in planning, they scaled up after the fires and scaled up during that area where we had a lot of insurance claims and a lot of things that was spawning a lot of building permits. And that hasn't reoccurred. Ever since then, the amount of permits and the amount of requests has dropped. So they're still staffed at a level that is close to what it was at the beginning of the decade. And there's just, as they've acknowledged to some degree, and I think a consultant would probably take a deeper look at it, it might be time to rip that Band-Aid off, because we just aren't going to see that business coming in because of the economy, because of insurance, because of, check all the boxes. It's wishful thinking, I think, to think that it's going to come back to those levels anytime soon. And if they do, then yeah, at that time you can reassess. As far as moving money from, or moving positions from building and safety to planning for administration, if that creates an efficiency, I think that's fine. But if it, and I think that was the intent, the question is now building and safety has got a surplus, but planning's got a deficit, and they're carrying, code enforcement and building and safety's funds for that area. So there's a lot of moving stuff around. Probably some of it's legitimate, and maybe a lot of it is, but it's still bloat, to put it bluntly. And you can't wait 7 months. And the last thing is, when this loan was first discussed, it was said that the first payment would come in 2027. To say, well, we hope we make a payment in this fiscal year. Let's get that in writing, because that's not what was quoted last time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Do we have anyone online? Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, I know that this isn't really a part of the budget, but maybe we can add it to the budget, because CDD constantly says that they don't have the funds to put an energy policy. So maybe when they come back, they can discuss why they can't afford the energy policy and why it's not important to put into the 2050 general plan, because in the end, that energy policy might be able to bring us in revenue for this county in the end. And like I've been saying for months now, if we don't do this and we don't add it to the budget, we don't add this in here, we're potentially shooting ourselves in the foot. Also, just for the revenue that we could potentially get through that energy policy when a power plant does come into this place. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else, Carolyn? Then I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or action. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just, the more I look at it, and I'm going to say what I heard out loud in my own words. We moved folks from building and safety to planning because if it was stuck in building and safety, unless other changes were made, it would eventually require another loan because building and safety is not general fund. By moving it to planning, it has the ability to easily tap into general fund without coming to us for a loan, which in my opinion is just the same problem of a different color or a different name. And so I can't vote for any of these at this moment. I think code enforcement, even with the explanation, is vastly too top heavy. If somebody was doing 60% code enforcement and the rest was just the grants, the others could be code enforcement officers. That's just my opinion. I would love to see, I don't like seeing the way the fees are being used in our appeals, and I think that it doesn't make sense to me when we're trying to figure out how to get our folks to comply with us and be able to afford the fines and everything else, and for us to figure out how to become more efficient with the use of our funds. Our building department is still in a negative, even though you say on paper it's in the negative, but you don't intend that that you will have enough carryover, but I don't, that's not here at this moment in time. That's still the overall intent. And in planning, I just feel we moved the problem into planning so that it can take from general fund because it's a different process. So I'm just struggling right now, and I feel like there needs to be a secondary attempt to make it look a little bit better from my perspective at least.
May I?
Yes, please.
So just to clarify again, the intent of moving those 3 positions from building to planning was not in order to relieve the building division of those expenses. It was because most large departments have all of their admin positions grouped, and it's a best practice to know exactly who your admin team is, what it's costing, and so that each division can make its proper contribution to those expenses, which are that division's expenses. It just happens to be with the conservative revenue projections for 26-27, building in this year would not be able to support those positions anyways. But it's not our intention to just move it and hide it and make it look like, oh, it's fine, or to avoid having to talk with the board about any, deficits that we're experiencing. That's not the intention. The intention is to do what is a best practice in municipal finance management, which is consolidate your admin team so you know exactly who it is and exactly what it's costing you. So that was the intention. On the code enforcement concern that you have, Supervisor Sabatier, I'm still really unclear what it is that your concern is. It's a fiscally conservative move that we made to both get the needs of the division met without bringing a whole additional staff person into the fold that would cost quite a lot more money. I realize that those officers that are also acting as coordinators cost slightly more than a regular officer. Part of the reason that you've seen that significantly right now is because a lot of the liens that we're bringing before your board in the last couple of months are related to the illegal dumping grant, and we have a coordinator who's doing the work on that grant and serving as the officer as well. So it's, I feel as though we're still having maybe like a miscommunication on the code thing, and we could talk about it offline if you prefer, because it's not at all our intention to be top heavy, and in fact, I don't think that's the case at all. We still just have the one manager who is supervising a fairly large number of officers, most of whom are grant or program funded. So, and then I can't remember what the third thing was. If you had something else you'd like me to clarify, I'd be happy to do so.
Though if the request is to modify our budget to address top heaviness in the code enforcement office, a little clarification would be helpful, because what I hear is demote and create a position and allocation for a supervisor. So if that's not it, then I could use additional input.
So, just to apologize, I said supervisor because of the fact that I don't have the name of whatever the coordinator.
Coordinator.
I'm not looking for a supervisor to take their place. If a coordinator can do the job of dealing with grants, I would like to see one coordinator take a larger portion of the job of dealing with grants, which gives us the ability to keep more into the officer field, which would then be 100% out in the field. I just, if we're gonna pay 4 people more, 3 people more, and then have a manager, and then 4 code enforcement officers, it just feels, I would like to see more just code enforcement officers and someone else to relieve some of that grant stuff. It just seems, if we're paying 4 people more to do the job that one of them can, 3 people more, thank you. I don't know, I'm just, I don't want to dwell too long on it, but it just seems like it's too much of getting paid more versus getting paid less for a job that, in my opinion, it's kind of like I don't want to see a whole bunch of people doing paperwork who are law enforcement. I want them to be in their vehicle patrolling our streets because that's the best use of their time. I want to see as many code enforcement officers, but if I'm paying 3 of them more, it feels like, is it possible to have one? I'm just having the conversation, and it's getting in the weeds, so I'm going to stop.
Is it possible then that these changes would be appropriately assigned to that contractor when they're performing the review? Or is your idea of changes something you want to see done by Wednesday during this budget hearing?
I mean, I think that some of these things would be issues that need to be dealt with by final budget. I think Wednesday is a little rough to get that all done. I'm just expressing my concern with general fund and what I'm seeing. I'm concerned with what I'm seeing in our general fund and what I'm seeing in these 3 departments that I think is playing into, that is not the issue, but is playing into a portion of the issue of what we're seeing with our general fund as we move forward. And I'm trying to push us to find some solutions rather than we kick the can down the road as a board, but we have to take a short-term solution somewhere along the line, or else it's going to make it that much harder.
Understood. I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure. I think our budgets need to be approved by Wednesday, and then changes at the final budget. Is that?
Well, what we have to approve out of these meetings is the operating budget.
Okay.
So that we can operate after July 1st. Then we come back to do final budget in September. But regarding, I mean, I think we're talking about a lot of things that we went to a big effort to hire this contractor. And I think a lot of these things are great points, but I think from where I'm coming from, I think I'd like to see what the expert says before I start making a lot of changes on the whole operation of that department. I understand what Supervisor Sabati's saying, but you're telling me, I mean, if we didn't have those coordinators, you'd have to have a whole nother body that was doing the grant management.
Just like
am I understanding that right?
yes, just like Director Ewing talked about all of the requirements in order to manage a grant. We have similar significant requirements, and so we've parsed it out. Some of the grants management is housed with sort of our administrative staff, Shannon and our staff services analyst, and other duties like more day-to-day focused on making sure we're accomplishing those grant tasks have also been assigned to what we used to call our code enforcement officers.
Okay, well, it seems to me that we're going to have more financial problems if we leave unless I'm understanding this wrong, if we leave the the folks in the building and safety, from what I'm hearing from admin, that would eventually require a request for more money.
I think it's the same.
Or is it the same?
It's the same.
It's the same. We switched that because during the discussions that we did have with the board, we did talk about additional transparency so that it was easier to understand. Like if we put all of our admin or entire department support staff in one division, you could see them all in one place. And then in the budget, you'll also see where each division is eventually going to be contributing a third of the support for each of those. But it's less than having like a third of the support for a couple of them over in this division and a third of them over there. So we are actually making it easier to understand in the future, though it does not change any of our expenses or reliance on the general fund.
Okay. And I guess where I said is, I think we need to get this contract in place and hear from our experts on what changes to make.
But that's not gonna happen until after final budget.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if admin has any recommendations. This is a really difficult place for us to be in right now.
I understand the challenges that you're facing as a board, but I think given the fact that we need to have something done by June 30th and then we'll revisit at final, I think it can be approved. And with the full disclosure of everyone's concerns at this point in time, I think we can move forward. That's just my recommendation. I would have preferred to have the audit ready to go, but we don't have that opportunity right now.
At this point, the best we're gonna do with that audit is at mid-year, if it's 7 months. Well, I'm in favor of approving the operating budget and then continuing to work on it. But I don't know where the rest of the board's.
I think that's,
What was that?
I mean, I agree. I think that's the only choice we have right now.
Yeah, we're not gonna have the audit back till next year.
February. Yeah, go ahead, CA.
Thank you, Chair. We can, with the board direction, make sure that no general fund monies are transferred within the divisions or transferred from general fund to any of the divisions without board prior approval, if that will help.
Yes.
Yes, and as I understand, we'd already have the board, I mean, the admin office, previous direction to oversee the finances, and that hasn't changed,
It is not. This is just an additional step that we can provide the board.
right?
Yeah, it's just so that, if these positions are moved over to planning, then the change wouldn't come to the board. I
Okay,
think for building, it would.
I'm fine with that. Anybody else have anything further?
I am where I am.
All right, so,
And I just did some quick math with moving things around, and yeah, I don't agree with where we are right now.
You want us to bring it back Wednesday?
Well, I don't think any of us agree with where we are right now, but we have to make a decision, so.
Can we come back Wednesday?
well, nothing,
What would be the,
With what?
well, we're gonna be in my only question about that is we're gonna be in the same place Wednesday as we are today. I don't know that what we could get done between now and Wednesday, I'm not seeing it. Just my opinion. But, I mean, we've got to,
We're forced.
by the end of the month, we have to have an
Kind of forced
operating
to be
budget.
where we're at.
What's that?
We're forced to be where we're at. We have to do something. Right?
That's the way I see it, but,
And I am not comfortable with being forced where we are. I think there's something that can be done, but it shouldn't be the five of us that comes up with it. I just think that we have accounting folks in front of us, and we have, no offense to us, but layman people who think they know accounting, and this isn't, to continue digging the hole is not the answer, and that's what I'm seeing, is we're continuing to dig the hole potentially until February. And we can move forward if the votes are there, but my vote is no, because I don't believe that that is the best interest of the county, is to continue digging the hole that we know we are digging.
Yes, go ahead.
So the only immediate remedy to balance the budget and not pull additional general fund would be layoffs. And I don't think we want to go that route without the consultant yet, but that is the only thing. Majority of the budget is personnel.
Right. And my thought, I know that was kind of what we had to potentially look at before, but that's why we hired this consultant.
That is why.
We decided that we shouldn't be making those decisions without an expert. That's my recollection of it, without an expert weighing in.
And to me, a third party should not be making those decisions. A third party should be helping us to manage the future of the department, not what needs to happen. That is, again, to me, the elephant in the room of what has to happen in order. If you don't have enough money to cover something that needs to be ongoing, there's really a very limited supply of answers as to what to do. I'm looking for help to make sure that we have a good strategy and a good structure for the future. But today, the issue is glaringly obvious, and we're looking to pass the buck so someone else can tell us what to do when we know what we have to do. And so
I tend to agree. I think we need to look at where we can spare, where we can cut back. If we're not doing the building at the pace that we were after the valley fires and after the fires, what is necessary for the department to survive and go on, and what can we spare?
So we did present a detailed list of options to the board the last time when the board decided to hire the contractor. Should it be the board's decision, we could revisit that item. It would not have changed. All of the
Okay.
services that have to be cut would be reflected on that staff report as well.
I think I wasn't here on that when you presented that.
And then that could be something, I guess, that could be looked at Wednesday if the board wanted to go that direction. Go ahead, CAO.
Yes, thank you. It's not as simple as developing a list or doing the analysis. We'd also have to work with the unions on a meet and confer before we brought anything back.
Okay.
So I think presently, with your board's permission, I recommend that you do move forward and we'll continue to work on this before final.
can I ask what the union conversation would be
To meet and confer.
on saying that our position allocation for maybe somebody went from 3 to 2 or from 1
No,
to 0?
in order to, regarding layoffs.
According to the personnel policies, that if the board makes a decision that layoffs are going to take place, it starts a 45-day review period where the human resources director goes to the unions so that they can double check the work and make sure that, or have their input on it as well.
Well, you know what the wonderful thing is? We've never been in this situation before, so I was not aware.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rico is here and available to answer any questions regarding that, the meet and confer.
And trust
Yeah.
me, that's not what we want. But
That was clearly conveyed during the last time we'd had this discussion,
Yeah.
but I can understand the board's frustration because I would have loved to had this internal review take place already as well.
yeah, and trust me, it's not what we want, but at the same time, we have to, it's something that looks like it's.
And recognizing that it's not that we're sitting around with extra people who are not providing services. Services will be impacted with layoffs.
And that was the conversation that we had before, because we were gonna be closing the window and we were gonna be cutting service off to the people that come to the building. And that's why we decided to look at the consultant to see if they're, because I don't know that we all agreed on those positions, to be very honest. I don't know that cutting off that service is the best way to move forward. So even if we do decide to go this route, it's not going to be solved today or by the end of the month. So we still have to approve this budget and move forward and continue to work on this.
But we can still start the conversation Wednesday, correct?
I serve
Well,
on the board.
that's gonna be based on our
Well,
direction.
A quick question about the loan. I know at least the behavioral health one I know has a deadline of June 30th. Was there a deadline of June 30th as well for this one, and it's going to need an extension or review? I forget the exact wording of it.
I believe so, yes.
That was supposed to be paid by the end of the fiscal year when it was originally approved.
We believe so, but we can double check before
I
you.
think I see enough heads nodding. That's 99.9% correct.
Generally, all those type of,
It's what I thought. And
Yeah.
so I'm willing to approve planning and code enforcement so that we can continue the conversation, I guess. But I really would like to see building not, I mean, it's, I guess I need to see the, what is the carryover balance, which you're saying should cover it. And it does at this moment, or it should if things keep going.
We are currently $350,000 cash positive in building. So we will have some expenses between now and the end of the fiscal year, but we will have a significant amount of fund balance that
Which will cover the negative 120,000 or negative 140,000 that currently the revenues versus the expenditures or appropriations create.
Correct. At the time of submitting this budget, we didn't feel comfortable. We had been running at a cash deficit through the winter and early spring, and we didn't feel comfortable projecting the fund balance into this budget, which is why it shows the deficit. But I'm looking at Casey because I want her to just confirm that it's I'd say a done deal that we will have the $174,000 that is currently showing as a net county cost. We're going to have that in fund balance.
So,
And right, we also need additional cash usually at the beginning of the fiscal year, because our expenses always exceed our revenue in the beginning of the fiscal year.
my worry is that it happens this year, what happened to you this past year, where you anticipated, and I know you're aiming low, you're at like 1.4 million for your revenues, I think. And I'd hate for it, because things are not easier for development to happen, and that, I mean, it's been on a downhill for like the last 2 or 3 years. And so I'm just concerned that we're this close with the way it's put to,
Just one more thing. We have collected $1.8 million in revenue this year in building and safety. It's projected for 1.4. So it's significantly conservative, with the idea that anything beyond that will only serve to help the division, possibly even towards a loan repayment.
well, just for a brief reminder, my frustration when we were brought the options is option 1 was horrible, option 3 was horrible, and I feel like I was being forced to choose this option 2, and because one of them was double the fees and don't lay anybody off, or don't change the fees and lay half the staff off, and like I want real options to be able to choose some options, but I don't want the solution. I need like a step, because we're not taking a step we're trying to keep everybody and trying to manage it within, and all we're doing is moving it and planning, where planning becomes a different situation where we're just going to easily slide the money in rather than having to approach the board if there's ever that need. And so I don't feel we're solving anything. And to be honest, it's less transparent if you get to do that behind closed doors and because it's general fund versus coming to us. I don't know. There's a lot of discomfort, but I want real options. That's what I would personally want, with a first step, and then our contractors can help us with finishing whatever other steps we need to take. Yeah.
If I may, this is not no change. We have lost 2 full-time FTE in the last several months. We are doing without dividing those duties between existing staff, and we're about to lose a third. So we're making significant changes. 3 FTE is no joke in a division that only has 30 something. It's 10% of our staff. So we are working in the right direction. The options presented to you in that last meeting were real options. We thought that we might, that somewhere between some options might get discussed. But we were trying to present you with 3 real options, even though 2 of them were on the extremes. That was intentional to show you what might be able to happen in between options. We were prepared to have those conversations about what the board would be comfortable with, but we're here now waiting on this consultant, and we were given no tools to make any additional changes besides hiring freeze, which we have continued to do. So we really didn't have too many choices in presenting this budget to you today.
Are the positions that you're talking about that have been lost, are those part of the projected solution of losing those positions? Like, were they on the list to possibly be removed?
Yes, they both were.
So they kind of seen the writing on the wall anyhow, and
They anticipated severe instability of the department and made the best choices that they could for them.
what is the echelon of those positions? Like, are they high management, are they mid-management, or are they
One was at the
frontline?
counter, a technician, and one was the manager for the planning commission. So all the duties that Carolyn and Johanna perform, this person does for the planning commission.
The service-oriented positions?
Everything we have is a service-oriented position.
I mean, frontline service-oriented positions, and
Yeah, one was directly on the line,
mhm.
processing incoming applications at the counter. The other one would do agendas, minutes, operated the Granicus, communicated with the commissioners, did FEMA registrations after, all the things that a clerk does for the planning commission. Those have all been reallocated. But just for clarification, neither were supervisory positions, I think, if that's what you were asking.
It was.
All right, is anybody ready for action?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget units 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that carries 3. That does not carry.
No, it needs to be
Okay.
4-1.
So that would need, go ahead, County Council. So it does not pass.
It's 3 to.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So typically, it would require at least a 4/5 vote. So with this not passing, under Government Code Section 29064, I'm just going to read it verbatim for your board, subsection B2. It says a revision to the recommended budget after the start of the public hearing held pursuant to Article 4 shall be made only if the revision is proposed in writing and filed with the clerk of the board prior to the close of the public hearing, or approved by a 4/5 vote of the board after the close of the hearing. That speaks to any revisions to the budget that's being presented to your board. The hearing itself has been set for 3 days. It concludes on Wednesday. So with that, one option for your board, and there'll be some procedural mechanisms that we may need to trail this matter or take recess to pin down the position, the procedures for this. But one option for your board is to take this matter up on Wednesday. And we'll need to figure out the procedural mechanisms for that. Because as it stands right now, we don't know, your board does not have the full presentations of all of the budgets from all of the department heads until Wednesday. And the statute under B2 of section, Government Code Section 29064, does address specifically that any revisions to the budget, which we now know, at least we're anticipating that there may be some revisions to the recommended budget that's initially presented to your board. But your board would not know that until Wednesday. And so as far as the voting procedures here are concerned, your board has that option perhaps to take it up to Wednesday. If your board decides to take up that option, then I would request a recess so that we can go through the procedural mechanism, which may involve a reconsideration on the motion that just took place as to this item, or none at all. That's for your board's decision.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, at this moment, what I would like is not necessarily a reconsideration, but I do want to pass at least what can pass. To put it all in bulk was what created the situation. So I'd like to offer a motion to approve Budget Unit 2604.
Hang on one second. County Council,
Reconsider it.
what was that?
Don't we have to reconsider the whole?
Don't we have to reconsider the motion, the previous,
With
or?
what's being presented, it's a different motion from before, so there wouldn't be a reconsideration or rescission of the prior motion because it's substantively different from what was already taken, from the action that was taken prior. So at least that would be the position here. If it's only, and for clarification, it's just one budget unit for approval. then
2604.
Okay.
Can we take recess on this matter?
Yes, let's be in recess for 10 minutes. Call our meeting back to order. And on the previous item, which is the CDD budget units, we're going to trail that for a little while and take it up again this afternoon. But for now, we're going to move on to the next budget unit. So we'll need, yes, yes. Yeah, just stick around. And
Just go.
what was that?
Please.
Oh, you need to talk to Stephen then. And at this point, I'm going to move on to our county council budget units, which are one, county council budget unit 1231, public liability budget unit 9919, and workers' compensation budget unit 9920. And I'll turn it over to county council. Is that on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Lloyd Gintivano from the Office of the County Council. So my office has 3 budget units. It is the budget unit number 1231, which is the general county council budget. Budget unit number 9919, which is the county's public liability budget, and budget unit number 9920, which is the county's workers' compensation budget. So I can walk through each one of those, give a general overview and an update on each one. And if your board has any questions, feel free to interrupt or stop me at any time.
Okay.
So for the first thing I'm going to cover is budget unit number 1231, our general county council budget. Office of the County Council is presently composed of the following staff. County Council, we have 5 staff attorneys, 1 senior legal administrative assistant, and 1 risk analyst. Our office provides legal advice and assistance to the Board of Supervisors and all county departments. We maintain caseloads and departmental priorities to the greatest extent possible, and we continue to work with all departments in a collaborative and congenial manner. For that, under that budget items, you can see in the reports, the revenue and appropriation detail. But the bulk of this budget consists of wages and salaries of staff in the office. Currently, the office is fully staffed. So unless the board has any questions, I can move on to the next budget unit, which
Not
is...
seeing any, go ahead and move on.
Thank you. That's 9919. That's the county's public liability budget. This one pertains to the administrative risk management functions towards the county's public liability claims in coordination with the county's third-party administrator, currently PRISM. But as your board may know or probably knows, just recently from recent board actions, effective July 1, 2026, the county will soon transition its general liability coverage to Golden State Risk Management Authority for the first $100,000 of a claim. PRISM will still provide excess coverage, coverage in excess of $100,000 under this new arrangement. The fiscal year 26-27 requested amounts are based on estimates provided by PRISM under a risk-sharing insurance pool of which the county is a member, currently a member. There are really 3 factors for determining the premium amounts. First one is the cost of the claims. There's payroll, and also the market of insurance. And I'll just reference the April 21, 2026 presentation that was done by PRISM representatives that gives your board some more information and context and background on the current state of the market for insurance that may explain or contribute to the rising premium costs, not unique to our county, but also to the other counties, even within who are participating in a risk-sharing pool. This is still a hard market. Insurance coverages for certain types are still hard to obtain, but we do appreciate the other county departments' prompt response because this spans pretty much all the county departments and their cooperation to our office inquiries in order to make a determination on a claim. That's part of our office's responsibilities for reviewing and making a determination or recommendation to your board as to whether to accept the claim for settlement or to reject it, and even at the litigation stage, still present it to your board for a consideration and possible settlement. The third and last budget unit from my office would be budget unit number 9920. That's our county's workers' compensation budget. This budget unit consists of the county's membership in PRISM as well. The requested amounts for fiscal year 26-27 are based on projections that were provided by PRISM that they provide annually. Our office strives to get employees on workers' compensation to go back to work as soon as possible to mitigate claims and boost employee morale. And we do, again, as with our general liability, public liability budget unit, we appreciate the other county departments' cooperation in responding to our inquiries on an employee's workers' compensation matter. So before I conclude, I do want to take this opportunity to thank County Council staff, as always, for their hard work. We want to thank the Administration Department and the Auditor Controller for their extensive assistance in the budget process, particularly for our office, and also thank you to your board for your support.
Thank you. Do we have questions from board members at this point? Not seeing any, so I'll go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? No? Do we have anyone online? No? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget units 1231, 9919, and 9920.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Thank you. And next, we're going to move on to all of our sheriff's unit budgets, and I'll read those off. Public Safety Facilities, 1785. Coroner, 2201. Dispatch, 2202. Marijuana Suppression, 2203. Court Security, 2204. Marine Patrol, 2205. Rural and Small Counties, 2206. Civil, 2207. Blood Alcohol, 2208. STC, 2210. Automated Warrants, 2212. DNA and Asset Forfeiture, 2213. Asset Forfeiture, 2214. Inmate Welfare, 2215. Pool Vehicle Replacement, 2216. Pursuit Vehicle Replacement, 2217. Search and Rescue, 2218. Post, 2220. Jail Facilities, 2301. And Emergency Services, 2704. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Board. There we go. I'm on now. Afternoon, Board. Thank you. I brought my financial manager to go over each of the budget units. As you can tell, there's quite a few of them, so I heavily rely on Mary Beth to keep me apprised of our budgets and what's going on in those. So I will let her go over those, and if there's any questions, any of those budget units, I will do my best to answer them.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just going to run through them. If you have questions, you can.
We'll stop you if we have questions, yeah.
Eugene Ortega. He assists with the processing of the budgets as well. Okay, 1785, the first one on the list is actually, sorry. 1785, jail, actually public facilities, is administered by county admin. I don't know if you want to speak to that now, Casey, since it's on the list, or?
We'll deal with the rest of our administration budgets.
Okay, so we'll move on to 2201. Casey, I don't know if you got the email I sent you, but there are a few changes that we need to make, so I will go through those. I should start with the Sheriff's Office it usually runs between 20 and 21 budgets, and it's just shy of 41 million this year. So in 2201, there needs to be a change to the position allocation. for the admin assistant, senior admin assistant, it's showing 1, and we actually have 2. So if you can make a note of that change.
What number are we on, budget unit?
2201 Sheriff
Oh,
Corner.
okay.
And I'm just going to go down in order.
Yeah, well, did we do 1785?
That's gonna be handled by admin.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
We do have 4 unfunded positions. Those are the SROs, the school resource officers. The throw phone on the capital asset listing, it shows the sheriff corner budget, but it shows it as 2202. Casey, if you can make that change just to reflect 2201, that would be great. And we haven't had a chance to talk to this yet, but the 2 cannabis-funded positions, I'd like to show them separately on the position allocation as funded. So if we could reduce the deputy sheriff by 2 and add deputy sheriff 2 for cannabis.
Sure, we
That'd
can
be
do
great.
that.
And it is in the email that I sent you also. 2202, the dispatch budget, we're not requesting any changes. 2203 is the marijuana budget, we're not requesting any changes. 2204, court security, we're not requesting any changes. We do have the information on extra help positions. If you have questions on that, we can address those when we get to the bottom. 2205 is Marine Patrol. We do have changes to the Marine Patrol budget. If we can go through all of them and then come back to 2205, that would be great, if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Casey, you're okay with that? 2206 is rural sheriffs. I'd like to add 75,000 to object code 6274. This has to do with the interview room for the new facility,
How much were you going to add? I'm sorry.
75,000.
Is that funding that's coming from the loan for the new facility, or is that separate?
No, this is coming from rural sheriff's money. There was some discussion whether it could be paid for out of the construction budget. And so we want to make sure that it's in there since we need it. So we're going to put it in 2206, the rural sheriff's budget, which is also where the furniture and the communications is coming out of. 2207 is the civil budget. We're not requesting any changes. 2208 is blood alcohol. We're not requesting any changes. 2210, the STC budget, that's the training for the correctional staff, no changes. 2212, automated warrants, no changes. 2213, DNA, no changes. 2214, asset forfeiture, no changes. 2215, the inmate trust fund, no changes.
I have a question on that.
On which one?
The inmate, I know that our numbers are really down, but we're not really saving, right? I know that we took a tour recently, so
Correct, actually, and costs are potentially going to rise because our contract with our provider for commissary and food services at the jail is based on a certain number of inmates, and we're below that number now. So we're actually working with our contractor at Keefe.
Keep in Summit.
And Summit Group to work on what those changes will be and what that cost increase will be. Because I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mary Beth, our number was set on a minimum inmate population of 130, and we are currently at a daily population average of 105. And so we are below that minimum standard per our current contract. So we're having to go back to Summit and renegotiate that contract, which will be an increase in cost for providing food services to the inmates.
doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't, but it's the number of inmates, and then it has to do with the number of inmate workers we have in the kitchen facility, which we're extremely limited there because there's only certain number of inmates that can work in a kitchen facility based on their charges and criminal history. And so if that number drops, then they have to bring in additional staff to help with preparing the meals, which is an additional cost to the facility. So that's some of the things, and unfortunately, we just don't have those numbers right now because our population dropped from over 130 to 105 with the new case law decision, and I can't say it, it's Kowalski, It's a Humphrey's decision, and then the new decision that just came out 3 weeks ago seriously changed our populations in the correctional facility. So we don't have those hard numbers right now. We are in talks with our service provider to get those numbers.
Yeah, I think we took the tour right after that happened.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is your max capacity?
Max
What is your
capacity
max
is
capacity?
273, I believe.
I thought it was 250 or over. That's
Yeah, I believe it's 270.
Must-
Somewhere in the 270s, 280s range is our max capacity in the facility. And we're, like I said, we're down to a daily population of 105. And that fluctuates based on the weekends and arrests. It could go up over the weekend to 130, 140, but come arraignments on Monday, it drops fairly quickly.
And as we were told, they stay in a much shorter time.
Yes.
And so the rearrests are happening more frequently.
We are seeing an increase, yes.
surprise.
Okay, 2216 is one of our 2 vehicle trust funds. It's for our unmarked vehicles. We're not requesting any changes. 2217 is for our patrol vehicles. Those would be our marked units. We're not requesting any changes. 2218 is our search and rescue trust fund. We're not requesting any changes. 2220 is our post trust fund. It's for training for our peace officers. No changes. 2221 is where we keep our JAG funds, and currently we're closing that out right at the moment. We don't have any JAG funds other than an equipment grant, which we're running in the sheriff corner budget. 2301, I have one question, Casey, on the position allocation. Currently, we're running 1 interim sergeant, limited term interim sergeant. I wasn't sure if that needed to show on the position allocation. I think we did it after we submitted preliminary budgets. If so, then we just need to add 1 limited term sergeant.
In addition to the 6 that are on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there is no funding. The limited term sergeant is being funded with the salary savings from the sergeant who is off on leave.
Okay.
But I think it needs to show on the allocation.
Yes, as limited term.
2704, which is our OES budget, there's 2 changes on the fixed asset listing. The 18,737, it should be on page A2. They all 3 show the same fiscal year. And it should be 24, 25, and 26, so we just need to make that change. And then we can go back to 2205 unless there's questions on any of those budgets.
Do you have a question? Yeah, we have one. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question on the capital asset for rural and small counties. I'm guessing I know what it is, but just thought I'd ask. The retrofilling and remodel of new sheriff headquarters, FFE, for $800,000. Is that for what was approved earlier and it hasn't been finally expended, or is that more expenditures?
That's for what was previously approved.
Okay, okay. And then the 200? That's the communications that you were talking about?
Yes,
Yes,
you
we
wanna
came to
speak
you
that?
for the 200,000, and that's for the interview rooms, and then the upgrade of the installation of a Motorola system so that we can have a radio communication within the facility.
Okay,
And that's where we want to add the 75,000.
okay. And we said that 1785 would be taken up with admin?
Yes.
I will take it up with admin.
Okay. I don't think we have any other questions at this point.
I'm sorry, one last question. The, for lack of a better term, the SWAT machine, the bear claw, the what's it called?
The Bearcat.
What's the status of your current vehicles versus what you're looking to get, or would it be an addition to the vehicles?
So it's a long story, but I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. 4 years ago, we regionalized with Mendocino County, and we have a regionalized SWAT team between Mendocino County. At the same time, we opened up Lake County to a regionalized team also. So we now partner with Lakeport Police Department and Clear Lake Police Department, who are a part of our regionalized team. With that, we currently have an LAV, which is a light armored vehicle that was taken from Dermo, and we got it from Sonoma County, transferred to us. It is adequate for its needs. but we certainly need something better. Mendocino County is in the process of purchasing a brand new Bearcat from Lenco. They should have it sometime next year, and we will be purchasing their old Bearcat from them to keep it within our regionalized team and to increase the availability of that safety armor and rescue vehicles between the two counties. My intent is at that time to transfer the LAV to Clear Lake Police Department, who is part of our regionalized team, and it will be housed on the south county. So that way, if we do have a critical incident in Lake County, either south or north, we have pieces of safety armor on both sides of the lake that are capable of responding in a quicker response availability.
Perfect.
Okay, back to
Yeah.
2205.
Yes.
Sorry. 2205, we had a shortfall last year due to the state reducing our revenue in our subvention budget. The revenue went from 315,312 to 223,113, which is a $92,000 shortfall. We experienced the shortfall again this year. So we've made some reductions, some changes to what was actually presented on your paperwork. I don't know if you want me to read them line by line. I can do that. Let me find the page. So the sergeants, there's one sergeant funded in that budget as well as extra help employees. We need to reduce the funding for the sergeant in order to pay the cost of the extra help employees. So I've made the reductions. Casey, you want me to read those, or what's the best way to do that?
Either you can or I can. What would you prefer?
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay.
Thank you.
So the budget will be amended to reflect in 0111, $76,361. In 0112, $75,700. In 0113, $26,031. 0114 will have $2,000. In 0221, there will be $7,080. 0222 will have $41,098. 0330 will have $17,864. 0331 will have $54. 0400 will have $10,000. 11 will have $1,683. 12 will have $1,200. 1510 will have $2,000. 1512 will have $95,264. 1513 will have $1,085. 17 will have $7,500. 25 will have $100. 26 will have $25,420. 27 will have $250. 2830 will have $1,500. 2950 will have $16,118, and 30 will have $4,000.
Thank you, Casey. So that equates to about 7.5 months for the sergeant to be funded through Marine Patrol. When we run out of funding in 2205, that sergeant will then be transferred to the sheriff coroner budget in 2201.
And what's the total amount for the appropriation? Does that change anything, or did that just rearrange everything with the same total?
The total is 412,308.
Okay.
It essentially rearranged it.
Yeah.
In order to have 7-day-a-week active patrols on the lake, I have to have 900-hour employees.
Yeah.
My one sergeant can only work 4 days a week. So in order to cover it 7 days a week, I have to have the 900-hour employees to cover the rest of the time, and top of call-outs and responses after hours. Essentially, that budget, I'm going to have to reduce services on the lake during the non-peak boating times.
Yeah.
So during the fall and winter times, we will not be actively patrolling the lake 7 days a week, and it will be on a call-out basis for emergencies. We just don't have the staffing or the budget to do it full-time 7 days a week throughout the entire year.
And that's rough after a rough last year where there were quite a few drownings. And not that I think our Marine Patrol is a prevention measure, but I think it makes people behave maybe that might not engage in such a way that might result with that. But that is an unfortunate situation, but appreciate the explanation of the rearranging and the why.
Yeah, and we're going to make it work. You know, we'll move that sergeant back into the 2201 to fund him, but then he will be available for call outs and he will be able to respond to the lake when there are issues that need to be dealt with. It just won't be an active 7-day-a-week patrol.
Any other questions? No. Okay.
That's all I have in this.
Okay.
Do you guys have questions on extra help? I know that came up earlier this morning, or do you want to have that discussion at another time?
Well, I think the discussion this morning was that we were going to list the extra helps on the overall county position allocation list. That was pretty much the extent of it.
Okay.
So that was just so they can kind of keep track of that in addition to all the full-time staff that we have.
Do you want us to do that now, before they close on Wednesday, or is that going to come up at a later date?
We're going to just add the positions to the position allocation, and we'll add that on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, so do we have any other questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Where are we as far as your numbers? I know that when you first started, you were 5 down. Where are we?
So we have been doing very well in recruitment, I believe, and Mary Beth can correct me if I'm wrong. We went over the numbers this morning, and hopefully I will remember them. I am 2 down in patrol. We have 2 in backgrounds. I have 2 in the academy right now. I am 1 down in the correctional facility, and I believe we have 1 in backgrounds for that. I'm fully staffed in correctional aid. I am 2 down and 1 supervisor down in dispatch, and we are looking at some of the testing processes that we're doing to maybe revamp those to get a better recruitment out of those. But with that being said, as I've always said when I come to the board, I caution that with these numbers are the bare bones minimum to do what is required of us. That is not adding any additional positions for beat-oriented deputies, for SROs, for a narcotics unit. That is simply being able to respond to 911 calls and handle the calls for service. And with that being said, I completely understand the position that the county's in and the board is in with the budget. But I will say this because I feel I have to. My staff is at the point right now where they are doing more work than any other time in the history of the sheriff's office that I'm aware of. We have 16 patrol deputies that are handling all of the calls for service, where in years past we've had 20 and 24 patrol deputies and 4 sergeants. That's an average of 6 deputies per shift. So they have cover units, they have days to catch up on their paper. Right now I have 4 deputies and a sergeant per shift, and they run call to call to call. Eventually that is going to collapse. That is the reality. We are working our deputies both in the correctional facility and on patrol to their limits. And sooner or later, quite frankly, Napa County, Sonoma County, they're still hiring. Sooner or later, my deputies are going to get tired of working that hard and decide to go somewhere else. And I can see that being a catastrophic event for the department in the future if that happens. So I need to say that because I see my deputies out there working. I see the calls for service they're handling and the work that they're putting in and the overtime shifts that they're picking up. They're working hard. And eventually, you know how that goes. You're only going to do that for so long.
So we're not looking at South County getting a sheriff yet?
No, I do not have the staffing for it. Cannot do it. Even if I hired those 2 positions into patrol, I still don't have the staffing to do that. My detectives I have 4 detectives. 10 years ago, we had 8 detectives. I have 4 detectives handling all of the investigative work that 8 detectives used to handle. So that is a huge caseload for the detectives. And then the same with patrol. So I have to shore up detectives and patrol before I can start doing beat-oriented deputies and assigning them to substations throughout the county. I just can't do that right now.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just want to at least ask, because I know historically, what you're saying makes sense, but I feel like there was a little bit of a resurgence where there's a little bit more folks that are interested in going to police academy. There's a little, like, there seems to be at least a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel where we did take a big fall, where law enforcement was kind of put in a bad spotlight. But I feel like that's turned around. And so hopefully that keeps going, so that then we can get back to not where we used to be. Not sure if that's possible. Pay is different, cost is different, but should be a little bit easier at least to find folks to fill up those vacant seats.
We're not having problem finding people right now. Our recruitments are doing very well. 5 years ago, we would get maybe 5 or 6 people for a recruitment. I believe our last recruitment for corrections, we had over 30 applications. My last recruitment for deputy training, I think we had about the same number, so we're seeing a lot more. But once I fill those 2 deputy sheriff positions, then I'm out of positions and I can't hire anymore. So, and I understand that, and I'm not saying give me more money. I'm being very realistic about our staffing and my numbers. Once we get to those numbers, then that's the bare basics to do what we need to do and respond to 911 calls and calls for service. It's not the added extra proactive enforcement and the community engagement and having that deputy in there going to community meetings and business meetings and meeting with the business owners and doing that quality of life work. I'm just not there.
Any other
I'm
questions?
glad at least we have some interest in it and you're getting the recruitments.
Yes.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll open up for public comment. Do we have anybody in the room? No. Anybody online? No, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for anything final or action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 1785, 2201.
Not
Hang on.
1785.
We're
No?
not gonna do
That's admin.
1785.
So let's
The rest of it.
strike that. 2201 through 2208, 2210, 2212 through 2218, 2220, 2301, and 2704.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
If we need as amended, since we changed one of the budgets,
Yeah, we
Do
did.
we need as
Lloyd?
amended language, county council? We made some changes.
If you could just give me a minute, because I just want to make sure the notes that I have here, 22. And in particular, I'm looking for the ones that
It was 75,000, I think.
do not specifically refer to a change in the position allocation resolution. And I think there are. 27.
Yes.
Yes, so yes, it is as amended.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second as amended. All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Casey.
And should I move on to the next department? Are we ready with anything?
Let's try to do the DA's office currently.
I'll call all of the budgets for the DA's office, which is District Attorney 2110, Victim Witness 2113, and DA Asset Forfeiture 2116. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Board. DA Cronin does apologize for not being here in person, but
Mike, closer to the mic.
DA Cronin does apologize for not being in.
I'm so sorry.
There you go.
Green?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we're green. All righty. One more time. DA Cronin is out this week, so she does apologize for not being in, but I do have Rich Watson, who is the Chief Deputy District Attorney, and he can address any of the prosecutor concerns and challenges we've had over the past few years. And so let me start with Budget Unit 2110 for the District Attorney, Maine. And we had requested a few additional positions. One was an additional deputy district attorney. We currently have 11 allocations. However, 2 of them we have underfilled to create a DA investigator technician. Those, at the time that I prepared the budget, it was, we had certain things in mind. Additional DA investigator technicians was not in that. Since then, though, the sheriff had asked if we could do a reasonable accommodation for one of the correctional officers, and he fit the office, and so we decided to underfill one of our vacant DDA positions in order to bring in that correctional officer as a DA investigator technician. And that individual will be serving subpoenas. So he'll be actually taking one of our extra help positions that we will no longer need to budget for. So a few things that I hope to clear up during mid-year. But we are still needing to recruit. And I think Mr. Watson can address as far as the difficulties we've had. Since 2023, we've had 6 deputy district attorneys actually leave. And between the 6 of them, they only averaged about 1.25 years of staying. So we're losing longevity. And that's what we need is, we have new attorneys who start, and it takes several years to learn and to be a good attorney, to be a good trial attorney. But we're losing them, whether it's for other jobs. On occasion, it's for pay, but sometimes it's just how it goes. So we need to constantly try to recruit more. And having the vacancies open to be able to do that recruitment is the reason why we're requesting another position. And let's see, also requesting for an investigator for the same reasoning, to be able to provide support to our attorneys. And a staff services analyst. This is a new position that we're requesting. There is no position under my position. I'm staff services manager, and there's no position to step into my shoes, once I'm gone. So having that staff services analyst position would enable somebody to train, be familiar with the office, and then more easily step into the staff services manager. That's the request for that one. And another legal administrative assistant is also what we were requesting. We have one, we currently have 5.75, and at the time one of our senior legal admin assistants retires on July 21st, that position is supposed to go away, and we are requesting that we maintain that, that we keep that. And let's see. Our net county cost was generous in the sense that we were able to fund all these extra positions, our existing positions, and still have a little bit more to try and improve the DA's office. One of the big issues is the courthouse moving, and we have not, we're not quite sure what it's going to do to our efficiency. We've been told that there are no designated parking spots for our attorneys when we go to court. So we're thinking, do we need a shuttle service so that we can make sure our attorneys get there and don't have to lug all the files, from across, I don't know how large the parking lot is. So we're trying to make some accommodations. So I did request for an extra vehicle, an extra pool car to possibly be used to transport. And also, let's see, with the courts not needing the jail cells for holding the prisoners, we were hoping to be able to use that space for extra offices for the DAs, since we're all on the same floor. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the layout, but we're all on the same floor as the holding cells. And with those no longer being needed, it just seems good office space to try to repurpose. So there's $100,000 that is allocated for that. That's a total ballpark. I have not even approached Lars with that kind of talk. It's, but it's maybe to just earmark it, to keep in everybody's sort of, maybe everybody's view that this is a possibility. And other than that, I don't know if you want to hear from our chief as far as any of the challenges that our
You wanna-
attorneys have been.
Would you like to add anything?
I would just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add that there is a recruitment hardship going on with finding applicants for DDA positions. Right now, we are unable to fill a misdemeanor entry-level DDA. That's been since last year. So what we're having to do is float felony attorneys in to cover the misdemeanor calendar. Generally, we have 2 to 3 misdemeanor attorneys because that calendar is quite voluminous at times. They can have anywhere from 90 to 145 cases on any particular calendar day. And we have seen, well, it's my perspective, we have seen a fall off of qualified applicants in the last year. We've made, we hired 1 senior DDA in January, and I kept checking back in. I keep checking back in with Ms. Cronus and with Doris to see our applications coming in, because it's just silent. And that's concerning to me, because not only are we unable to fill the 2 that have been open for some time, we have 2 senior DDAs that are coming up for retirement soon, in the next 6 months potentially. So that is what keeps me up at night, is worrying about how do we fill these positions, and what do we do with the caseload, because we already have the attorneys can have, the felony attorneys can have anywhere from 40 to 50 active felony cases at any given time. And I said the numbers for the misdemeanors, but that is what my concern is how do we market and how do we compete with other counties? Right now, you go and look at positions available for deputy district attorneys, and there is a lot of counties that are hiring, and so we're in a very competitive market, and we're losing right now. And I don't know what the immediate answer is to that, but that is a concern that we do have, that I have all the time, is how to keep morale up in the office, how to avoid burnout with our attorneys, and how to recruit candidates that, as Doris pointed out, will not only be successful here, but will stick for a while, at least. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, I guess I'm slightly confused. I'm trying to better understand. Are you adding positions? Because it looks, last year you were at 3275. This year you're at 3275, but you spoke of new positions. So is that a request on top of what was already provided to us?
Correct, and I was told not until September or October, until the final, sorry, until the final budget hearings, would our position allocations change? But on the budget sheet 5, on the actual budget sheet, reconciling with the PPR, it does detail out the 4 positions.
And some of it was interim, some of it was permanent. I guess I feel like it needs to be on the list for a Wednesday conversation for a big picture, because again, this does impact general fund. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly and that it wasn't already in there. I will say though, even though it is an addition, I do appreciate seeing what appears to be victim witness. I don't know if it happened over the course of the last year or if it's right here, but that's part of the process to ensure that there are convictions that can occur, because you can't do those convictions if you can't work with the witnesses to the crimes.
Exactly.
So just appreciate seeing that and hoping that we continue getting the funding that we need for that.
And, yes,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if you want to go into Budget Unit 2113?
Yeah, but let me,
So
I
sorry.
want
So
to
sorry.
check in with the CAO's office. So what I heard was these four positions: a prosecutor, an investigator, staff service analyst, legal admin assistant. So those positions aren't currently in.
So the legal admin assistant was added at mid-year as a remove upon next vacancy. So when the individual did retire, another person could fill that role. So it's not adding an additional position, but I understand that you are asking now for an additional. So we did not add any positions for the recommended budget because those are ongoing costs. They're not a one-time cost. So we'll look at it again at final budget, but since they are ongoing and the department did budget a salary savings that was pretty significant, we do not recommend adding positions at this time.
Okay. So let's move on to the other two, but I believe there's 2 more.
Yes, so for Budget Unit 2113, Victim Witness, they are facing the same challenges as when the court moves, as far as how do they transport their witnesses. Right now, we do have a dedicated, sort of a quiet room for kids, their families, and who are witnesses, victims. They can stay separated from the jury pool, separated from the defendant's family, and just wait there until they're called to court. At the new courthouse, there will be no dedicated room for that. We're not quite sure how we're going to solve that situation. We really won't know what's going on until they actually move. And but I did request for another pool car for the victim witness office in case there's a lot of shuffling around and shuttling that they may have to do. And there's always ongoing concern for the grants. They are generally grant funded, and the feds have cut quite a bit. Luckily, the state has pulled through and compensated for that shortfall, but it's a year-to-year, grant-to-grant thing, so.
Question, Vice Chair.
So, for the vehicle, you want to wait and see if there's going to be grant funding? Or you want this budgeted?
I was able to fit it within the budget. So the net county cost we were given, I was able to budget for an additional pool car.
Okay, so it's 2 cars or 2 vehicles between the 2 budget units?
Between the 2, yes, I see what you.
One for each, 1 car for the DA,
They're both in 2110.
Oh, they're both in 2110.
both in 21.
Oh, no, the pool car is in 2113. There is an additional pool car if you look on account 2951.
Through
I
Central
went from
Garage.
1 pool car to 2 pool cars.
Okay.
It's not extremely significant, it's about 3,000.
It's on 2113
2113,
and 2950.
I don't see a capital asset in.
no, pool,
it's-
pool cars.
They're not
we-
purchasing.
We just lease from the central garage.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, and then going back to 2110, where's the vehicle there?
So those are,
That's,
also
Not the-
2951. So 2951, you'll see a significant jump from the previous budget year.
There's also 2 vehicles on the capital asset list.
right, yeah, that's why I was
Right.
getting confused.
And that's, so from what Central Garage says, we purchase the vehicle, so that's on the fixed asset part. And then we buy it, or sell it, or give it to Central Garage to maintain, to take care of. And then when the life of that vehicle is done, they will replace the vehicle. So we won't have to go through another capital asset expenditure.
And these are just for shuttling between this building and the courthouse?
The 2 that we requested are actually replacing really old investigator vehicles.
Oh, okay.
I see.
But the additional pool car is in our, so 1, 2,
Pool cars are the shuttles.
pool cars is what we're going to use as the shuttles, right? Because the investigator vehicles have to be equipped with safety equipment and, the lights and all that, so.
And so, but the new courthouse, it's gonna open, is it in next?
October,
That's
September or
Oh,
October?
I thought it was pushed a little further back. Okay.
That's last I heard, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Mhm.
with the additional car, I understand the replacement. But the additional car, do we want to wait with a $20 million investment in a new courthouse? I just wonder, you had mentioned there's some areas that may not be needed. And if we can make use of those areas where we don't need to buy the car, that would be the ultimate. So do we want to hold off on purchasing the car until we see if it's going to work out, is what I'm getting at.
So the purchases of the vehicles will be to replace our old investigator
And I
vehicle.
understood that when
And
I'm
then
talking about the new pool car.
The new pool car, that is something that can be arranged with Central Garage at, very quickly. It's not a purchase, it's not a commitment. It's if they have it available, we'll be able to lease it from them. So yes, so we can wait and see how things develop, and it's not a commitment to that, but it is a just in case, and it is a, I don't see
Option
any
if we
other
need
way.
it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna get by otherwise.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. And was that all it for victim witness, or
Unless Tatsu Suzuki?
Unless the board has questions about victim witness?
do we have any questions at this point? Not seeing any, so we can move on to the next unit.
And Budget Unit 2116, it's our asset forfeiture, and no real change. The funds can only be used for law enforcement purposes. They cannot supplant, and we have approximately 500,000 to be used for things that might come up. So, but
Sounds like the beginning of a tunnel to the courthouse.
Yeah.
we were thinking of a monorail system, but
Yeah.
An
Yeah.
L train.
yes.
Okay, do we have any other questions at this point? I'll open it to the public.
I just want to check in with admin on these. Anything?
I mean, based on the conversation, it sounds like we're gonna wait till Wednesday since there's a request for new positions anyways.
Right, but I'm
so I-
just wondering if there's anything else, like with the vehicles. If it makes sense to maybe wait a year to purchase, I don't know how old they are.
10 years old and 8. One is about 200,000 miles and the other is 130,000. So we use our vehicles, we run them to the ground, and yeah, they're starting to show signs of safety issues. He's been living with the air conditioning and heating not working, but
In which one, the 200,000?
The windows.
that's the $200,000, yeah.
I mean, 200,000 miles.
200,000 mile, correct.
Well, I'd say maybe splitting it in one.
We hear from admin.
So each investigator has to have their own safety vehicle. And with 4 investigators and 1 chief, so we have to have 5 safety vehicles at all times. And that's just replacing 2 of those safety vehicles.
So the vehicles on the capital asset are funded, so we do recommend those. The positions, we do request that we hold off until final.
So we just talking about the investigator vehicles, not the pool cars, or
Pool car is fine.
everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so all the vehicles would be okay.
When you say approve on final for the position allocation, you mean approve the budget today as is, and we're not having a conversation on Wednesday?
Final in September.
Yeah, September, unless you wanted to have a conversation on Wednesday.
I mean, my only reason for offering Wednesday is, again, that big picture perspective of what are we adding onto this budget versus picking and choosing which one goes through and which one doesn't, because it gets hard to keep track of where we are. I'm reminded of the CSAC process, which was a horrible process of budgeting, where you say yes and no to certain things, and it gets you in a hole if you don't know what all the questions are before you say yes or no to some.
If your board is recommending adding positions, then we can bring it back Wednesday. Otherwise, as is right now, does not have the new positions.
Meaning it doesn't have the prosecutor, the investigator, and the analyst, but it does have the admin assistant.
It has the admin assistant as remove upon next vacancy. What they're requesting is an additional allocation, so that is not included.
Okay.
And just my preference would be to have that conversation on Wednesday.
I'm okay with having that further conversation Wednesday. So that would mean we
You just
wouldn't
want
have-
to talk about all the positions that we've been talking about.
So with that, I think that would mean we could approve victim witness and asset forfeiture, but not district attorney. Correct. Yeah. So
Mr.
we-
Chair,
go ahead.
unless you have it
No,
out
no,
to public.
no. Oh, I didn't do that
I
yet.
don't know.
I don't think
Track
I
it.
opened it to the public. Is there anybody in the room? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make a statement before the Wednesday meeting. You know, in meeting with all the different department heads, we recommended that due to the fiscal condition of the county and the unforeseeable uncertainties, we did not recommend any new positions unless absolutely necessary. And the only department that received them, sheriff's, was the sheriff's department. So I just want to, general fund. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. So I didn't see anybody in the room. Was there anybody online? No. No, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, move to approve Budget Unit 2113 and 2116.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. And we will make final decision on the other budget unit Wednesday.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And recommendation, CAO, for moving forward right now?
Director French, please.
Thank you for.
And I'll read this off. We're going to handle our information technology budget, 19 4. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Director.
Oink. How's that?
Now it is.
All right. Shane French, IT Director. Good afternoon. So IT this year, as last year, we have 9 staff, 6 IS analysts, 1 director, 1 programmer analyst, and 1 GIS specialist. Significant changes this year. We're going to be spending about $22,000 for ADA compliance services for our public-facing website and document mitigation. There's going to be what was not in the initial budget request last year, but should have been our managed detection and response services, basically security analysis and response services of $108,000. Increases in our subscriptions services like Microsoft 365, that's going up pretty much continually. Some minor increases in our Laserfiche document management system. And then, as always, increases in basically everything that is a subscription, and everything is a subscription now. And we just don't have a lot of control over those costs other than, potentially deciding to move to different types of services. But for certain things, it's pretty hard to move away, such as Microsoft, because everything ties into that system. Not to say it couldn't be done, but there's not a lot in here that is net new greenfield stuff. It's mostly renewals of things that we're doing currently. The only thing I just kind of want to make mention of, other than, again, we've talked about the subscriptions over the years, and that's just kind of been an ongoing theme, and even things that used to not be a subscription are now a subscription. Things like our phone system that we own now is going to be a subscription, as crazy as that sounds. So that's just kind of the business model these tech companies are going to or have been moving to, and I've dragged my feet as long as I could on some of these things where there wasn't a big value add to moving away, but they kind of get to the point where you don't have any other option. The only other thing I just wanted to kind of mention, just forecasting out, is obviously we talk a lot about artificial intelligence, what that is going to do to our industry, to every industry. There's a lot of unknowns there in how we will ultimately be utilizing information systems. It's not clear to me what that looks like in the next few years in terms of if software will even be the same as it is now. I mean, are we even going to need to buy a software that we've been buying? Are we just going to have this black box that we ask it to do what we want to do? As crazy as that sounds, it very well could be that. But then again, it's going to be a subscription, and we're going to be paying for every time that thing thinks through a problem. They're going to want to check from us. So just some of the things that we're kind of thinking about at the moment. But that's ultimately it. Like I said, there's not a lot of big changes for us in this budget, but there are some increases in costs because of those third parties that are charging us the additional fees.
Okay. Do we have any questions at this point? Not seeing any. I'll open it up to the public.
Good afternoon, Tom Lysick. A question on the, you mentioned that a lot of things are going to a service-based model, licensing model. Is there an indication of what things are still not going to that? And when things do go to a licensing model, how does that impact the staff that is required to maintain the systems, if those systems no longer need to be maintained internally, but are maintained by the software developer? So that's my main question. The model is going to, as you described, is going to a service-based model and a subscription-based model, and the advantage is you get updates and things like that, And it potentially could reduce the need for local staff. So if that's been contemplated, what that might look like going into this next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the room? Anybody online? No. I'll close public comment. Are you able to offer any?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That was kind of the sales pitch as many years ago as all this stuff kind of starts. Sorry, I can't see, so I got to move this. You know, it was supposed to reduce the amount of labor that you had to put into managing the thing. But what we found over the years is that when they take one piece of management away, like, yeah, maybe I don't have to do as many server OS updates. Well, now, instead of server OS updates, now I have this whole new cloud system. I have this new identity management platform or whatever it is. It's a new thing you need to learn how to do, and you need to train staff how to do, and there's new integrations between that and some other new service that now you, so for me, I have not seen any labor savings, any meaningful labor savings, not in an organization our size and for the kinds of things that we do. I think for like small businesses where, you know, you can standardize on one platform, hey, I'm Microsoft 365 for everything. Yeah, it can make a lot of sense, I think, you know, because you're not managing and maintaining any servers, for example. But as you can imagine, we have a relatively complex system for even the size of our organization. And there's just kind of a lot of system administration that revolves around making all of this stuff talk to each other. So that's kind of been, I think, the end result of the thing for us.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for final action.
Just one last
Go ahead.
comment.
You have a-
I do see that we did increase the subscriptions quite a bit, but I guess in retrospect, the cost of hardware is also through the roof in comparison. It kind of came back down, but I'm not seeing that here. So it looks like we are more aiming for cloud computing with simple, not necessarily high-tech hardware needed to be able to access those things.
Well, you know, a lot of the hardware cost is born out of the budgets of the respective departments that are purchasing it, right? So like if they're doing a PC replacement or something, it doesn't really hit my budget unless I'm replacing hardware, and I'm not asking for any end user hardware this year. I have some stuff that I think is going to go in at final, if I'm not mistaken, and that will definitely be impacted by these insane cost increases that we're seeing. I mean, I literally, it used to be I'd get a quote and it would last 45 days, for example, for like a computer. Now they only hold it for 2 weeks, and every time I requote, it's another 10%, 15%, sometimes 40%. So, I mean, it's the rate of change with IT hardware this year is like nothing I have ever seen.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Budget Unit 1904.
Second. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. French.
Chair, I recommend bringing back CDD and our
Okay, let's
staff.
Bring CDD back. And as I recall, County Council, we had
I do.
we had taken a vote, and then we had a supplemental motion that we were discussing. So who's going to start?
We appreciated the opportunity to have a further discussion regarding our budget with Stephen, and we just wanted to start with a repeated clarification regarding the deficit of $176,000, that it doesn't actually exist, and then go from there. So I'll hand it over to Shannon, or actually,
I'll let you try first.
Try.
Okay, so going back to the building and safety budget, when we submitted these budgets a couple of months ago, we did not count on any fund balance carryover because we didn't know what our expenses were going to be and we didn't know what our revenue was going to be in those last couple months. Now that we're at the end of the fiscal year and we are $350,000 cash positive, we could have showed in the budget that $167,000 being covered by the fund balance. So that's where we're at. There will be no need for general fund to come into building and safety. In addition to that 176 or 74,000 being covered by our fund balance carryover, we will have another 150 plus $1,000 to cover the building and safety division in the first couple of months, which we'll need. Beyond that, once we get to final and possibly mid-year, if revenue are coming in at projected levels, we may be in a position in next fiscal year to make a loan payment. So I don't think that the building and safety budget is in the dire situation that has been represented here, and I'll let Stephen just confirm.
That wasn't too bad, so. Sorry, that sounded really bad. Wow.
What was it, 100, it was 350 what? 350 what to the good?
356?
Yes. 354 currently.
Which will change by June 30th, plus and minus. But if you're looking at page D145 where it says net county cost, net cost of 176,
That's what I was looking at.
that's not general fund. Net cost, the way this report is written, that's just FBA, fund balance available, which in a general fund budget unit, that is general fund. In a non-general fund budget, that is their FBA or carryover from their own budget unit. So what this budget is showing is they would need at least 176,000 in fund balance available to make this budget work. And yes, I have seen the numbers, 354,000 is the current cash. If that is even close to what it ends June 30th, which we expect it will be, there will actually be more FBA in September to allocate if need be. Their average, if you divide all of their payroll up by 12, it's about $105,000 per payroll. And because it's a non-general fund budget unit, they have to have the cash available to make July and August payroll. That's what's going to hit their 350,000 is July's payroll and a third of August. So it will go down, but there should still be at least 176 and make this budget work.
Okay.
We do have another option if requested.
And we do realize that that was confusing because of the difference. You know, we have two general fund reliant divisions and one not as much. And so we do appreciate the opportunity to take the time to understand where the clarification was needed.
Is the 105 payroll per month, is that for all three divisions?
No, that
No.
is just building. That's all we're
That's
talking about
building.
right now is
Okay.
building 2602. And the reason why I specifically brought that up is the 350 now, but 150 will go down because of July payroll, and 1/3 of 105 will also go down on your carryover, so you won't be the full 350. Which I didn't calculate.
Right, but I think the important part is nor will it be the 176 deficit.
There'll be more than
as shown in that.
176, correct. So as of right now, the FBA should be at least right around 214,000, taking that payroll numbers into consideration, which is still above what is needed to make this budget balance. Just talking 2602.
Okay, do we have questions?
I appreciate the conversation. It does not hit my target, and I'll just explain why. Last year, the difference between revenues and appropriations on the budget was a $36,000 difference discrepancy. This year, it's a $176,000 difference. Last year, you had $286,000 in carryover at the point of the budget. here you have 176, you're telling me it's now 350, because I'm sure the 286 also changed and morphed into whatever it was when we finally got to budget. What happened to you guys was a lack of permits. If it happens again, we're setting you up to fail. It's too close for comfort based on the experience and knowing that we are in a downward trend at this moment in time. So appreciate the conversation and appreciate the clarification, but it still leaves me in discomfort.
Understood, which I think was the reason that the board then at our last fiscal discussion voted to hire a contractor to look at long-term, well-researched ways that we could move forward with additional fiscal health. We are looking forward to that review.
And I don't disagree with you on that. I think we all look forward to that.
Yes.
So if, with this budget more than balancing as of the numbers we have today, would you be okay with a relook at September when we have the actual FBA to see if it still functions, and if not, in the meantime, enact a possible solution?
Are you going to be running balance sheets between July and September?
Always do,
Monthly.
especially for departments that the board has questions on.
Additionally, we have implemented internal processes so that we no longer rely on outside departments for our reports of fiscal health. We are much more in line with understanding day-to-day operations as well as trends.
I would say share the balance sheets with us, since we should all be concerned about the finances of CDD at this moment in time. Yes, my mic is on. I would say share the balance sheets with the Board of Supervisors, because we should all be concerned with the finances of CDD at this moment in time. Let's check back in September.
We would be happy to present the board with regular updates even while the contractor is doing their work, should that give the board a certain level of comfort.
I don't want to waste people's time or all time if it's not necessary, but I think information in our emails is probably the most critical. After that, it's taking up a lot more bandwidth just to get here and present and whatnot. So I think we're trying to do better on that.
Awesome.
We can do a monthly informational only, which has a spreadsheet of your finances for this.
Sure.
To the board.
Yeah.
Because we'll be back to the public in September, so.
Will it be all three departments on the spreadsheets?
All
The
three
health of all-
divisions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
It's divisions, if you so wish, yes, but
Yes.
otherwise it was just 2602.
Not nuisance abatement.
I was gonna say there's 3 divisions and other budget units, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I believe I need to open that to the public. Again, for just the limited, what we've discussed since we've come back to this item. So I'll reopen the public to, limit it to the current discussion, if there's anybody in the room. Not seeing anybody online. User one. And I'm not sure if the public comment now is open since we've come back into this session. Go ahead and state your name.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I would like to offer a constructive recommendation regarding any potential government layoffs and the workforce restructuring under the current discussion you're having. If the county determines that layoffs are necessary to budget the constraints or organizational changes, I urge the board to adopt an approach that is legally compliant and fair to the employees while protecting the county from unnecessary liability. First, for positions that may be established at a lower pay rate or under revised duties, the county could offer the affected employees the option to return under a limited term or a guaranteed duration appointment. This provides the operational stability for the county while giving the employees the clarity and the predictability, and these agreements must be voluntary and transparent, but they are a lawful tool that many agencies use during restructuring. Second, the county may also consider offering employees a mutual separation agreement or a mutual termination agreement. This is a voluntary agreement that allows the county and the employee to formally acknowledge the terms of separation and clarify the expectations and limit future disputes. And when drafted properly, these agreements protect the county while giving employees a clear understanding of their rights and options. Third, I encourage the board to ensure that any existing compliance and misconduct filings and pending claims involving employees or senior staff are reviewed as part of the rehire evaluation process. It's not so much about the retaliation, but it's about ensuring that the county does not reinstate the individuals whose conduct has already raised legitimate concerns. Proper review protects the county, the public, and the integrity of the county operation. And finally, for the employees who are not rehired, the county should consider offering a severance compensation where appropriate. Severance is lawful and is a widely used tool to reduce litigation risk and support the displaced workers and demonstrate that the county is acting in good faith. This combination with voluntary rehire agreements, mutual separation protections, and structured review of employee conduct and severance for those not returning represents a balanced and legally sound approach that protects the county while treating the employees with fairness and dignity.
Thank you. Was there anyone else online? No, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. And we had a previous action, County Council, so do you have any information that we need?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for your board's consideration, if your board is willing to move forward with, as an option, reconsideration of the prior action that took place as it relates to these budget unit numbers, in particular, that's 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702. I could walk your board through the steps to take it to a point where a new motion would then effectively supplant the prior motion that was acted on.
And then there was a matter of a previous motion right before we left that was pending a second, so I don't know if we need to address that.
For that particular motion, no need to address. I'm not really even sure if it was, but by virtue of the fact that it was not voted on, there was no roll call.
I retract my motion.
Okay, that makes it easy, thank you.
Okay. So if you're.
All right, where is the board good with that? I'm good with hearing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the first step would be under our county's policies and procedures, Rule 9, under motion to reconsider first. The motion for reconsideration would need to be introduced or essentially sponsored by any one of the board members who voted in the majority of the item. So with you being the chair, it would either probably be Vice Chair Pyska or Supervisor Crandall to introduce it.
Does somebody want to introduce that?
I'll introduce it.
Okay.
Motion.
That's it. And the next step would be to take, and it would be, for clarification, a motion to reconsider your board's action in relation to community development's budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702. And that's for the public's information so that your board can then take public comment on the motion to reconsider the item before it goes back to your board for the next action.
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
hold on. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to take a vote, but just
Public input.
that I
Public.
heard a motion in a second, and now I'll open it to the public regarding that motion. Is there anybody in the room? Is there anybody online? No. So I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and now I'm going to call for a vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
And then the next step would be, since it is just a reconsideration of the item, the item is now being reconsidered. There is still a vote, 3-2, as it relates to that same item. So then, for your board's consideration, there would be a motion to rescind that action as it relates to previous action as it relates to community development budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702. That's staff's way of introducing that item to the public for a potential motion to rescind. And the next step would be for your board, your chair, you, Mr. Chair, to open it up to public comment now on the motion to rescind the prior action. And I walk through that motion language for you.
Okay.
After public comment.
Okay. Do we have anybody in the room that wishes to speak on this? Anybody online? No. Okay, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move to rescind
Second.
prior action.
Yes, and to be more specific, that would be the prior action taken on Community Development Department's budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 5-0.
So now the next step would be the item itself is now before your board as presented by staff, so that just to cover all our bases, you may want to take any more public comment now to, in consideration of this same item as it relates to these budget units, 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702, prior to taking board action on these budget units.
Is there anybody in the room that wishes to speak?
Tom Lasik, I hope I understood where we are, but between now and the time that you decide to review this, I do think monthly reports that are available to the public would be useful. I just want to remind everyone how we got here, and also to point out a fact. I think Supervisor Batier asked a question when this started, and he thought it was in October, but this came before the board originally just before the Thanksgiving holiday in that meeting. And if you recall, then it was, I'm highly confident we'll be able to get this fixed by the end of the fiscal year. And now we're talking about how to avert a complete and total catastrophe. So we are having a more honest discussion, which I appreciate. I think the thoughts and the discussion from all of the members has been very thoughtful and very beneficial for the community, showing that you are taking this responsibility very seriously and it's not being rubber stamped. That said, we do have a looming economic situation that does not appear to be getting better between now and September. So just keep that in mind, that if your reports start showing that things aren't getting better, be prepared to take corrective action and not wait 7 months for a consultant to come back to say something that would have been less painful if it would have been applied in July or August. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? And anyone online? No. Then I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for any possible action.
I would like to offer the 2602, or with monthly reports, I wanted to offer the 2602, 2603, and 2702 with the reports. And then the other one, the nuisance abate, we don't need that on, which is 2604.
Lee, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I
please.
think 2604 would also need to be included.
She just said monthly meetings on
Oh.
monthly paperwork on those three, and then approval of the fourth one without the monthly report. That's why she was.
That's the
Thank you,
abatement.
thank you, thank you for that
You're
clarification.
motioning to approve just, but not a report.
No, I wanted the report, I want the monthly reports
Right.
added in the improvement,
Right.
the improvement.
And then what was the deal with
Approving.
2604?
I didn't,
She doesn't feel it's necessary on that.
on that, what do you guys
He
think?
said it is necessary.
Oh.
so.
Okay,
That is up to your board. If you-
Okay.
As far as the
I'm
monthly.
not
report.
worried about nuisance abatement.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
Is that going, I have a question on that. As Tom had mentioned, do we want to make those reports public? I know that we had mentioned email was good enough, but do we need to
Any
make them public?
document that we prepare within our department for distribution is available upon request with the Public Records Act request.
Or just email one of us and we can forward it to you. Let's not do a Public Records Act if you don't.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we want to go with animal control or?
We can, though I do recommend that we call it a day, come in fresh as a daisy tomorrow. And it was nice of Director Smith to come over. It was just in case, but I was hoping we would be done earlier than we are right now.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and call our meeting for today, and we'll start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sorry, Ray. You'll be first in the morning.
The Director of Lake County Behavioral Health. I have been in that role since late 2023, and I've been with the Behavioral Health Department since 2019. You may or may not have heard of Proposition 1, Mental Health Services Act, Behavioral Health Services Act. So my purpose here today is to educate you and any community members regarding what I would characterize as a once-in-a-generation transformation of our public safety net behavioral health system. Just as a general background about county behavioral health, like most other departments, not all, but many, we have an authority from the state department, the California Department of Healthcare Services, to provide behavioral health services for the community with a very clear focus on the most ill people in our community. You may be aware that there have been changes such as the closure of the Peer Run Wellness Center, the Circle of Native Mines in Lakeport, which would be the center nearest to you. But again, just trying to elevate what's happening and perhaps even come back more regularly. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so as a background, and by the way, we can make this presentation available to you all by email if you wish. It's a lot of information to digest, and happy to share that. So the Mental Health Services Act, otherwise colloquially known as the MHSA, was passed in November of 2024, and it imposed a 1% tax on the wealthiest Californians or those earning over $1 million a year. It was designed to expand mental health services, community-based mental health services, largely in response to the closures of the state hospitals that had taken place mostly during the Reagan administration. And so this was kind of an answer back to those challenges. It was obviously a public, so the public voted on it. It allowed a lot of flexibility locally in how we allocated and programmed that funding. And so as part of the MHSA planning process, we have always been required to go out and get community feedback, invite the community to us, and really engage in developing programming and solutions that are tailored by Lake County, because Lake County isn't like any of the other 58 counties. We're Lake County. And similarly for each county, right? They want to determine this. So it allowed for the creation of some innovative programming like wellness centers. The wellness centers, have any of you heard of them? Yes, thank you. So they are essentially drop-in centers where people in the community can come, get connected to resource, and the resource is facilitated by peers, which are people with lived experience with behavioral health challenges. So if you're coming in from the community, you're not going to meet a therapist or a doctor at these centers. You're going to meet a person that maybe has a similar life experience to you. It allowed for a lot of general prevention and intervention programming, a big focus on stigma reduction, and stigma is negative beliefs associated in particular with behavioral health. And so the number one reason why people delay or do not seek behavioral health treatment is for fear of stigma. So there was a lot of efforts, you may have heard of a mental health, we throw a party, basically a community party for mental health awareness for all types of different events where we get out and we talk to the public about, you know, this is what it is and it's okay if you need help. Next slide, please. So this is where it gets, and I promise you this is as streamlined and simplified as I could make it. Unfortunately, for better or for worse, behavioral health finance and programming remains one of the most complex systems that exists in California. So we had a variety of funding buckets that we could put our programs into. One of the ones that was eliminated, and we'll talk about the changes, was this category of prevention and early intervention. So it did support the programmatic operations for these peer-run wellness centers, outreach and engagement, as well as a variety of what I would call bespoke. That's a word I got from the state. They really like that word lately. But programming that was really tailored to our community's needs. We also had a large category called community services and supports, which also helped fund these peer-run centers, as well as a variety of other programming. Workforce education and training. It's really important to have a skilled workforce in behavioral health, and as you may be aware, we're in rural areas, we have a healthcare shortage of trained certified professionals to do the work, and so there were concerted investments in growing workforce within the county through the provision of stipends, scholarships, things like that, which we have utilized really effectively to help people attain whatever level of education, you know, the highest level that they can. Innovation projects, which as the name might suggest, are innovative outside of the box solutions to address localized needs. In particular, this community was really focused on ensuring that when we receive a referral, we can close that loop, and how do we utilize technological and innovative solutions to help do that. And lastly, we had capital facilities and technology needs. That's just the brick and mortar. They cost money to have a building, to have infrastructure, to run a healthcare agency. And so this would help us with things like, for example, developing a brand new electronic health record, which all healthcare facilities must have an electronic health record, to name a few. All right. So what is the Behavioral Health Services Act? You're likely aware of Prop 1, which passed in 2024, so a couple years ago. Time flies. And the purpose, it was a variety of things. Prop 1 was also Senate Bill 326, and it was also a modernization of the Mental Health Services Act to the Behavioral Health Services Act. Notably, the MHSA precluded programming and funding to programs that would focus on substance use disorder services. Now, the department has always provided those services, but our ability to leverage MHSA funding for those programs was not existent in MHSA. So a cool change of this is that it says, hey, you're behavioral health. You cover mental health and substance use disorder services. So a big emphasis, as you may also be aware, and the outgoing Governor Newsom's flagship platform was housing. One of his big focus was housing. And so now we have a dedicated housing bucket, and we'll move into the new buckets of funding. but really a focus on, again, getting unhoused people off the streets who may meet our criteria and ensuring that they're connected to services. And full implementation of this new BHSA plan is right around the corner. We have to go live on July 1st. We are having our public hearing, our final hearing of our new BHSA plan on June 23rd, I believe at 2 p.m. So if you have further interest, I would certainly invite you to come and attend that public hearing. At that point, we hope that the Board of Supervisors will approve our plan and adopt it, and then we can move forward with it. All right. So this is attempting to capture the changes in funding allocation from the MHSA to the BHSA. So notably, in the MHSA, about exactly 95% of that funding went directly to counties. And the state retained 5% for administration and what have you. Under the BHSA, the state's allocation of this funding has increased to 10%. So they have effectively reduced the county share by 5%. And when you're talking, millions of dollars, 5% becomes a large number. So as I stated previously, we had these old categories of community services and supports, under which we also had a program called Full Service Partnership, which was a program designed to stabilize some of our most vulnerable, our most ill individuals in the community with what's termed wraparound supports. And the motto of the program was whatever it takes. So we would already provide housing, and when you move into a house and maybe you don't have anything because you were unhoused, you might need a bed, right? You might need some things, so this program could help individuals maintain stability. We also, of course, had the early intervention, and you can see how this is broken out. In the new BHSA allocation, there's a dedicated bucket just for full service partnership programming, and that's all it's to be used for. And it's a little less actually than we had historically been using. Also a dedicated bucket of just housing funds. This is funding that we must use for housing to support people, where historically we combined housing support under our full service partnership program. Then we have this other category of behavioral health services and supports, which is kind of where the flexibility, although it is narrowed, lives with county behavioral health now. And so you can see there was 3 splits in this programming, and now we have each, there's a third, it's broken into thirds in this new program allocation and bucket. Next slide. So this gets even more fun. We are looking at the crosswalk of what we had on your left-hand side was the old MHSA funding buckets and programs that we had funded under the MHSA. In contrast, with in the middle, this new BHSA funding component. So on the right and the left, we have programming that we have sustained, and then we had to figure out where do these programs live within the new funding buckets. As it happens, not all of them found a home. And that was, again, because the Department of Healthcare Services, the state of California, really said to counties, this is what we want to see you do, and they eliminated a lot of local flexibility and initiative in developing programming for these funding allocations. All right, so that resulted in the requirement and the necessity. There wasn't a clean funding bucket to put these peer-run wellness centers, despite the fact that they are largely loved by the community, and we've heard very loudly and clearly how much our community members really relied on these services, and so we recognize that that's tough. So we had several of them. We had the Big Oak Peer Support Center in Clear Lake Oaks. We had the Circle of Native Minds just down the road in Lakeport. We also had a subcontracted peer-run wellness center with Redwood Community Services that was focused on the youth. Lastly, we had La Voz de la Esperanza, which was in Clear Lake, and it was focused on the Spanish-speaking population. So, as I stated, those programs sunsetted because we could not find them a home that would effectively, they would not qualify for those funding parameters under the new BHSA. It was difficult to make these decisions. I would describe the process as painful. Obviously, when you're considering programs that can stay and programs that can go, and you're not able to make fully the decisions about that, but that is what ultimately ended up happening. All right, next slide. We have definitely been hearing the community's feedback that it feels like services are being taken away, and I want to bluntly state that that's on the face of it accurate. These peer-run wellness centers closed at the beginning of this month, and so we have also worked to transition, like for example in Clear Lake Oaks, that center was primarily devoted to people who are unhoused, and we worked in partnership with other community partners like Adventist Health, where they would come and park their shower trailer. If you didn't know, they have a shower trailer for people who don't have access to that, as well as coordination with Redwood Empire Food Bank for food distribution out of that site. And so we were mindful of that, and we're doing our best to make plans for continuity until we can find a permanent home for those programs. There's also been a misconception that the county, which would, I mean, people referring to myself and our leadership team, just arbitrarily woke up one day and decided, you know what, we're going to close all these centers. In fact, we had many months of deliberation as a leadership team about how to avoid that, and ultimately were forced into the conclusion that it was not sustainable in the new funding paradigm. We've also heard concerns about staff layoffs due to the closure of those centers. There were no staff layoffs, nor were there any plans. The peers who had been working at those centers have been reassigned into our clinical teams. There's plenty of work, and that's what I told our staff, and that's what I'm telling the community. There's no shortage of work, and we need people to do the work, and so we are integrating them. Notably, the state has put a big focus for counties on drawing down Medicaid revenue, otherwise known as Medi-Cal. And they really want counties to only focus on programming and services that have the ability to draw down Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal is a matching dollar-for-dollar program whereby they have the ability to draw down federal dollars. So they said, counties, we don't really want to see a lot of programming if you're not able to draw down federal dollars to support those programs in perpetuity, which the peer-run wellness centers, as they existed, did not have that capacity. Again, these changes are being driven by state policy, and we're doing our best to maintain compliance with what the state is requiring, while at the same time also doing our best to honor the needs and voices of the community. As you may imagine, that has been a difficult balance to strike, but we're committed to coming out here and explaining that and listening. All right. We are looking at other models. I have something up here called the clubhouse model, which is part of there are these things called waivers within Medi-Cal, where you can opt into a waiver for new programming to draw down Medi-Cal, and you have to get approval from the federal government and from the state to do that. They did offer something called BH Connect, and if you want to connect more with me about that, happy to talk through. But there is a model called the Clubhouse model, which is much more structured, regimented than our peer-run wellness centers. It's like a program that you kind of have to work. You can't just pop in and out when you want to. And so we do continue to look at our ability to lift up programming such as that. However, we're also required by Proposition 1 to implement a lot of these things called evidence-based practices that the state has defined as the best way to do services, and they're very robust, which means it takes a lot to lift them. And so right now our focus is on implementing what the state is requiring from us at this time, and once we have a handle on that, we will explore our ability to add essentially what is this optional programming. But the state again is And I agree, focus on long-term recovery, again, for the most ill individuals in our community struggling with behavioral health, and a big focus on measurable outcomes. In fact, they are standing up dashboards to look at things like time in treatment, hospitalizations, and things like that. Ultimately, our goal as community behavioral health is to keep people out of hospitals and out of county and out of home placements. We'd like to have people stable in the community where they live, and that is a large focus of this Behavioral Health Services Act. We remain committed, despite all of the changes and challenges, to doing right by our community, having an open ear, and providing the highest quality service possible. Transparency is a core value for us, hence why we're here today. Compassionate, like I said, high quality care, and now the state has really defined outcomes that we have to meet, and if we don't meet these benchmarks of high quality care, we can face things like sanctions, and that's all 58 counties. And meeting the community's needs as best we can within these new parameters. Is that it? And that would conclude my presentation. I'm happy to, any
Well,
questions?
thank you very much on that. First of all, we appreciate you showing up, and very informative, very, it's a program that needs to continue to be advertised to the public and to let them know that this is available, what's happening. I think it's a very healthy thing. Do we have any comments or questions from the council members? Joel?
I have a question. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First of all, what have you noticed in your clientele, the patients and the people who come to you? Do you see some trends or some changes over the course of your years?
April, I'm also joined by my deputy director, April Gambra, and I hate to put her on the spot, but I'm gonna put her on the spot.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is April Gambray. I'm the clinical deputy director, and I've been with the department for 13, 15 years, something like that. So I can say since I've been with the department, there has definitely been an increase in symptoms related to conduct, behavior, coping with our younger generation. So we're seeing some behavioral issues happen earlier on with our adolescents over the age of 5 up to age of 13. In addition, there's also been an increase in opioid overdoses. Fentanyl and other substances, opiate-like substances, are really taking an impact in our community. Those are two trends. With regards to positive trends, we are seeing an increase in engagement. We did have an expansion of services to the degree of 65%, 64, almost 65% last year. And we are seeing, if I'm being completely honest, an increase in competencies, or our professionals are coming with more tools in their toolbox, if you will. And there's an increase in collaboration among our community. So those are some of the, both good and bad.
Thank you.
I would just add, generally across the nation and here locally, people got sicker after COVID in a variety of ways, and so we're still going to be probably struggling with behavioral health challenges that amplified due to the pandemic for the rest of my career.
Okay, any other questions from the council? Okay, anybody online viewers? Do we have online viewers? Okay, anybody have a question from out there? Yes.
Hi, Tom Lasik. Again, thank you for this update. Actually, I have one piece of information and I have a question. One piece of information, I think as far as the good news, is one of the things I've heard is that the number in our county from the coroner, Mr. Bingham, Sheriff Bingham, is that the number of overdose deaths has decreased in our county dramatically. So we're looking forward to see if that's just an isolated incident or if that's a trend. The other thing, and I'm sorry I came late, somebody pulled the fire alarm at the courthouse. It wasn't me, and I had shared this in another town hall about how this department interfaces with the sheriff's department when someone's having a critical, you know, having an incident or an episode, and how it's been able to reduce the number of times the sheriff's department has to use force. And then my question is, I know that the state budget, you're preparing for what might come down from the state budget. And I don't know if it's a best case, I know it's not the best case scenario, but it seems to me you're looking at sort of the worst case scenario, and if you might be able to give an update as to what looks like might still be salvageable versus what looks like a foregone conclusion. Thank you.
I really appreciate you teeing up some excellent points. Thank you. I know you didn't ask a question about opioid deaths, but I want to comment on that because in my opinion, this is a direct result of some really intensive collaboration that we've done to distribute naloxone, which is the overdose reversal agent. If you don't know, it's a wonderful, could you call it a medication? It's a drug that basically you administer into somebody's nostrils who is overdosing, and it stops them from dying. And so we had a very concerted effort with school districts, with law enforcement, with community partners to have a naloxone saturation plan. We want everybody to have naloxone because even though you may not yourself be an opioid or drug user, it's likely that you may even be in the vicinity in a park or something and somebody experiences an overdose and it saves lives. So that wasn't a fluke, that was very intentional. It's very encouraging to see the numbers drop, and I know, and I will get to your question, the other one, it's a biggie.
And I just wanted to also add that it not only touches those who are active drug users, but it actually impacts our elderly population as well. You think about medications, you get home, you get them mixed up, you take the wrong amounts, or you take medication you're not used to. And it binds to the receptors and actually stops the drug from being able to be processed through your body. So it literally stops the ability to succumb, if you will, to the medication or an abundance of the medication. But primarily, it helps adolescents as well, which has some of the higher overdose rates in the world, in the country. So just wanted to add that.
The county, as a last thought on that, before I move on to the state budget situation, was like every other county in California awarded opioid settlement funds. So there was a large class action lawsuit to the manufacturers of these opioids, and that resulted in millions of dollars going into counties. And so I'm proud to say that we have helped stand up programming, for example, to target tribal youth who are in our county the most vulnerable to overdose, and have I think in 2023 we had about 3 tribal youth, like in quick succession, that died from overdose. Whether that was a poisoning, they didn't know that the drug they were consuming had fentanyl or otherwise. So that really prompted us to do some targeted intervention to those populations. Now moving on to the state budget. So you may be aware the state comes up with a budget, and it's the governor's proposal, the office, and then the state has an opportunity to go back and forth about that. Notably, the governor's initial proposal eliminated what's called our mobile crisis program. So as some backstory, mobile crisis was a benefit that went live, was it 2023? Yes, January 1st of 2023. This was a mandate. They said all counties must stand up a mobile crisis response team. What does that mean? That means that 24/7, 365 days a year, if you call 800-900-2075, a local Lake County person will answer. And if needed, local Lake County people will go to wherever you are and help you figure out whatever you have going on in terms of a behavioral health crisis. We worked really hard to partner with our law enforcement, such as the Lake County Sheriff's Office. It's been a pleasure to work with Luke Bingham and his staff, as well as Lakeport City Police and CHP, all of the jurisdictions, to say, hey, we know that you guys and ladies have been responding to behavioral health crises as a matter of course, and maybe you don't have to as much, because now we have a team that's dedicated to that, that has the right, as April said, toolbox to handle these behavioral health crises. And I believe in the city of Lakeport, there was a marked reduction in the use of force by their officers, upwards of 50. I don't want to overstate it, but it was huge. It was big, and I don't want to quote the number because I don't want to get it wrong, but it was a huge reduction, and it coincided with the rollout of mobile crisis. And to be clear, no officer wants to get in a use of force situation. That's a terrible outcome. And so they were like, yeah, this is great. And so what happens actually is we work with our sheriff, our dispatcher, where they route calls right to us. If it marks behavioral health, we developed a checklist, and they're like, let me plug you into behavioral health. They route that call, and unfortunately, it's been wildly successful by any measure in Lake County, and helping a lot of people who really didn't ever have access to our services, to be honest, particularly in communities like Cobb that are really kind of remote and far removed. We're going out to them, and that's what we've heard loudly from our communities too, is it's cool you have these centers and clinics, but like, come to us. So the budget proposed to eliminate the mobile crisis benefit, essentially saying it's no longer a mandatory benefit. You may do it if you can afford it. So they eliminated the state put up the funding, the share of cost to bill Medicaid. It's a Medicaid reimbursable service on behalf of counties. And they said, you can still do it, counties, but you have to determine whether or not you have the money to effectively purchase that service. So for Lake County, if we were to look at opting into that as an optional benefit, that would cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 to $1.5 million a year. And that's just not something that we have the capacity to absorb, given the breadth and depth of all of the other changes in programming that we're trying to lift. I testified at 3 different legislative and Senate. Oh, I hate that. In Clear Lake, okay. Budget hearings to say, hey, that doesn't feel fair. It doesn't feel safe for our communities. I'm pleased to say that the revised budget, the legislature was responsive, and they have come back with some proposals to be considered. At this point, it really remains in the air. I'm unclear. It's down to the wire in terms of the support that the state will ultimately confer to counties to maintain this service, but I remain optimistic, and certainly we want to see that program continue. Yes, sir.
I was in the fire service for 35 years. I retired as assistant chief, Riverside County Fire, CAL FIRE. And, you know, in my career, I've broken a lot of bones doing CPR in the old days. I'm wondering if any of those statistics might identify the need and support what you're after about supporting this program if you reach out to the fire service and ask, because we're looking at 85 to 90% of the fire responses as medical aids and about 10% as fires. I don't know if there's any resource there of figures that might show support towards that. It's something just to consider.
I can tell April wants to jump in. So yes, I neglected to include our partners in all of the fire districts who also are looped in. We did like a dog and pony show with all of the emergency, not just police, emergency responders, to say, hey, this service is here. I think unfortunately, fire in general, fire did not fare also so well in the current budget climate, but I will let.
I just wanted to say there was a lot of collaboration with a few so I believe the process was that our local fire chiefs, districts, first responders, law enforcement worked with our district representatives to take that information up to our Congress and then all the way up. Like, it has been up and down California. We are not going quietly when it comes to this. And I just wanted to add, so our mobile crisis team is not just for those who have acute crisis. It is a behavioral health. So that means that you get a clinician who can be available. It addresses access to substance use. So you have somebody that's in withdrawal, overdosing, wanting services. It also can deal with things like our elections, or not getting a paycheck, or not taking medication. We are literally there to support, de-escalate, link into resources, and provide that support. We can provide transportation. And it can also be a direct linkage into an evaluation or a hold for somebody who really is gravely disabled or harmful to the community. And there was one other thing I was going to add, but it's a great resource. And we did have one person in the city of Lakeport housed within our substation with Chief Stobie. And we will be having that person return. We just got a little low on staffing, and so we're needing to pull some resources, but they will be going back out as a ride-along. So we do have a member of our mobile crisis team who rides along with law enforcement. And one specific thing about this benefit is that part of the requirements is that law enforcement or first responders be diverted. So that is one of the goals, is to not pull down our resources within our emergency rooms or first responders, and that we become those professionals. That has turned out to be great. We have great response partners. Law enforcement's there when we need them. We're there whenever they need us. EMS, fire personnel, all the way across the whole county. And I did make a request that maybe we can provide some data to your local area, if invited to follow back up or come back and do another presentation at another time. So.
We have really cool geomap data so we can see the volume of calls by area, zip code, region. Yeah, it's pretty neat. We're a little bit nerdy about our data. And I do want to give a shout out again to Sheriff Bingham, as well as Chief Stobie at Lakeport Police Department, who provided excellent letters that were sent to Congress. You know, we all lended our voice to that, and that had a result. It still is unclear, though, where the future is headed.
Well, thank you for such a passionate demonstration of your commitment to our county and our people. I can feel the passion. And speaking of Chief Stobie, I just turned in my letter of resignation for 15 years as a volunteer sergeant with the police department.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure to serve as a volunteer and to work with our folks. So thank you and keep up the good work. Please, you're doing a great job.
Oh my God, thank you.
Yeah. You know,
Thank you very much.
If you would like to include the link into our minutes of this meeting so that people who are not here can access it, I'd be happy to include that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll have you connect with our lovely liaison, Miss Megan Morgan.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. They're happy to come back. We will now move on to updates, calendar, and miscellaneous reports. Item A, news and updates from the District 4 Supervisor. Brad Rasmussen is tied up in the budget hearings, so he's not available to be here today. Item B, observations regarding groundwater, fire mitigation, flooding issues in Scotts Valley infrastructure. I open this up for folks. Yes, Cornelia.
Under council minutes, I neglected to say approval of draft minutes.
Oh, go ahead.
So it should be under council business instead of none. It should say approval of draft minutes, but in this case, it'll be amended minutes with Sky's changes.
Okay, we have to have a motion to take that in.
Well, Jared, are you ready for that? I mean, did you get all the amended?
No, can you just tell me after the meeting, or would you like me to enter it into minutes?
I can't hear you.
He wants to know if you could tell him after the meeting, or can you give a list?
It's just whatever Sky said. So we should just, I'm willing to motion that we accept the minutes as amended with Sky's comments. Yes?
Sky, could you provide Jared a list of your concerns on the missed agenda items?
He did.
He did?
He mentioned them
Okay.
during, but I just want to know if Jared captured them.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I got them all down clearly, so
That's
I'll
what I was
review with
asking.
you, Sky, if that's all right. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure I wrote them all down as clearly as I'd like, so if I could just catch you after the meeting to review that. Yeah.
Right, okay. So again, we're back to item B, observations. Any observations to bring forth or to share with people? Groundwater, fire mitigation, flooding issues, Scotts Valley infrastructure. Any comments?
I have a comment. This is actually responding a little bit to Sky's concern about
Microphone.
Super El Nino. And this falls right into that category, that huge category for me of who possibly could we contact in any government who would have any kind of information or knowledge or concern about that. Have no, and that's why I wish Brad Rasmussen were here. We could ask him who in the county might possibly take charge, take some interest in the possibility that we're going to have some extreme weather. And I get stuck right at the very beginning here because I have no idea that who might be possibly responsible or responsive to a big problem like a super El Nino and climate change, for example. Who would be responsive to that? And I get pessimistic also in that I think, well, probably the county won't do anything. But this is a time when we might consider it. If we thought about it ahead of time, it might be a little bit easier to get a response instead of waiting for the crisis to fall on us.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
I'm over here this time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Joel, thanks. That's a really good question. I'm not from the county, obviously, so I'm speaking from myself and from what I know. It's a very timely question because yesterday on KPFZ, and I don't know if Betsy's on the line, but she laid out a lot of information on like heat advisories and what the thresholds are and how that's going to be handled. So I think it would be worth putting on the agenda to get that information because there is a process, I think, through emergency services. They would put out a notification. Again, I'm not the expert on this, but from what I remember her talking about yesterday, it would be things like if we have 3 days in a row over 100-degree temperature, it triggers a notification if the National Weather Service thinks there's going to be 5 days of this where the temperature doesn't get below a certain amount. It also triggers it. There's like all sorts of things that would trigger it. A power shutoff would trigger it during a heat wave. So that's all been spelled out, I guess is the right thing I'm trying to say, but I don't know the actual specifics. But I'm certain that the Sheriff's Department's Office of Emergency Services, which currently sends out the notifications, would somehow be hooked into that. I don't know if that helps.
Go ahead, Margot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some additional information along those lines. The county has a staff person who is responsible for climate adaptation. I mean, not to solve all the problems, but to be a conduit of information and also working with other county, and I believe it could be even state and national resources. But anyway, her name escapes me right now, but when I find that, I will email that to Cornelia, and she can share it with the council.
Terry Loxton.
There we go, Terry Longston.
Yes, Sky?
So I do remember, I think Joel brought up the fact that we lost the one weather station that was reading up in the upper Scotts Creek. And one of the things we lost from that was a way to monitor the flow. So that station, again, comparing that to the one down here that I would call it Elphick Road, or no, Eycoff Road, excuse me, I get those always confused. At Eycoff Road, that one really clearly monitored the incoming water from the BLM land. So we've lost any way to keep track of how much water's coming out of the BLM land. And that's critical to understand. And it used to give us a bunch of data. It gave us turbidity, which was erosion, which we've always, those of us who look at Scotts Creek and wonder, how does this chocolate milk happen all the time? We always theorize, well, to me, it seems like it's coming from up there. But anyway, we've lost that. So I would say, you know, we need to contact BLM and get them to somehow, you know, I don't know if we can fund it, refund it, but they've got to monitor and control their flows. You know, when we hear about these dirt bike racing things or dirt bike tracks, and whatever they're doing, you know, that all that water is coming at us. We have no influence over that. We have no way to control it. I mean, and I guess, see, to me, I've been out there on the levee when the water's a foot from coming over the top of the levee. So I'm thinking, yeah, little changes are significant, you know, and so that is one thing. I don't know, how do you pressure them? But, you know, it's time to just quit mollycoddling around with these people and find out some way to tell them, control the flows, monitor the flows, you know, don't let any more water come down out of there. That would, you know, that to me, that's a very important way to look at this. Another thing, I did have another resident, but I've been going over the bridge. When I go over the bridge, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, there's been pretty significant changes in the visible water at the Scotts Creek Bridge. I don't know if you noticed. I mean, it went down. In fact, Doug Patton said, "Oh yeah, it's over now. There's not going to be any more water in the creek, and this is the changing." And then, you know, some number of days later, it's down there now. It's like you visible water, you know, I don't know, 150 feet down there. So it's changed. And so I'm going to put that together with another resident's phone call with me. And he says, "Well, hey, has the city announced to you that they put in a new well?" I mean, so I'm getting this hearsay. The city has established a new well, a creekside well, over there that's drawing out of the water table. And so then I'm wondering, well, maybe they got that well going, and then when we saw this water go down in there, were they filling the tanks on the city? You know, who knows? So his question to me was, is the city reporting to you when they changed their wells in Scotts Creek? I says, well, not that I'm aware of. You know, I don't think so. So, you know, and if I were the city of Lakeport, why would I want to be bothered with that? So anyway, but these are things I just don't know that you know, the nice guy approach is going to work on this. And I'm literally scared, you know, having sat there, again, standing on top of the levee and looking down, and the water's like, I mean, right there. It makes you think there's not a lot of fudge factor here, not a lot of, you know, cushion. So anyway, somehow got to get serious about this. And if you wait much longer, you say, oh, there's nothing we can do about it now, you know, or it won't fit in our schedule or whatever. There you go. So, thank you.
Is that going to be added to the list of?
I wrote them down. It's like the problem with being advisory council, we can just advise the supervisor of our concerns. We can't really go to the feds and say, we demand BLM do this. I'm not sure who can, but this council is not really, we don't have any teeth.
You might approach the Board of Supervisors
But
at a hearing where it's not on the agenda.
I mean, we will, I mean, through Brad hearing about it, that's the extent of our teeth.
So you don't, no power of proclamation or letter of advice or some kind of, I mean, I don't really know, but I mean, you know, I can see why people say, well, why would I go there? They can't do anything. I mean, and maybe that's true. If that is really true, then we should understand that, yeah.
Well, we can definitely, you know, I think it's a great idea that we could write a letter of these concerns like we did with the, with Margot's help.
Charm.
We as a council could do another letter like that. I think that would be very, would be more effective than just saying, you know, it in our minutes, right?
Yeah, this is Tom. I think, Cornelia, you're certainly at least partially right. You are not a legislative body, you're not a jurisdictional body, you're an advisory body. And it would be perfectly within your purview to advise and write a letter to give advice to the county for sure. You might want to talk to Brad to see if it's okay to write to other government entities like the state and the federal government. I know, for example, another supervisor had encouraged people to write in to the federal government about Potter Valley, for example. Okay, so how that plays in, I think Chair Rasmussen would know best. But yeah, I think your superpower is that you can advise, and you can be quite influential.
Well, as individuals, we are definitely able to do that, but as a council, we're restricted a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think that, you know, each one individually should be encouraged to write a letter to anyone and everyone about our concerns.
So help me understand what that restriction might be as
a letter for the whole council. We just have to do the same process we did, you know,
Sure.
before, and then, of course, have the okay from Mr. Rasmussen.
Yeah, so you can write it, and then you can vote to deliver it and work with Mr. Rasmussen. But I think it seems to me it's solvable, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Good idea.
Give me a second, I gotta change.
No, that's okay.
You guys ran me out of oxygen here.
Well, do we have any more comments about item B? If not, we can go to item C. Do you have anything, Margot?
Margot Kambara, General Plan Advisory Committee representative for District 4. I have a few updates for you, and that is the final drafts of the general plan and the local area plans are expected this month or next. And this is the final run. If we have any comments, we need to make those comments in August, because it's going to be sent back to the consultant, and then the schedule is it's going to go to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, to the Board of Supervisors for approval. It will also go to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So here is something that you may not have heard as far as news, and that is the General Plan Advisory Committee and members of the public recommended the addition of a comprehensive energy policy as part of our general plan update. Well, Community Development Department they denied this recommendation primarily because of budget reasons. But the significance of having a comprehensive energy policy is critical, especially if we look at what forces are coming down on us as a county. And one of those is that we have developers already coming to the county to develop projects such as geothermal. Now, one came recently, Sonoma Clean Power, but the community identified some concerns about the deal that Sonoma Clean Power was presenting, and the Board of Supervisors decided to take a pause and not accept Sonoma Clean Power's invitation to become part of their territory. So there we are. We, as a county, we are rich in geothermal resources, so you can count, there's going to be another company that's going to be coming a courting. So we need to be ready. We don't have the policies in place, including those in terms of administrative and financial, to protect the county from, say, a fly-by-night operation who comes in promising us the moon and then leaving an environmental mess behind, or somehow coming in and just not being a good player. So those are the things that General Plan Advisory Committee members and members of the public are asking our Board of Supervisors to turn around and instruct community development. Let's be smart about this and add a comprehensive energy policy as part of our general plan. The other factor we have, there is legislation, AB 531, which allows the state to, which allows actually developers to sidestep local regulations when it comes to developing geothermal. I don't know if it applies to other energy projects, but that is a concern. So even though the local jurisdiction, us, local, Lake County, says, hey, these are what we expect in terms of a geothermal project, AB 531 could override our concerns, or the way that we set up our regulations. So that's, again, a reason for us as a county to have a comprehensive energy policy. And I may have missed some of the other major parts of AB 531, but that is a concern because it's on the books, it's active. I do have other dates for you in terms of, it's also part of this agenda item on C, government activities and permits, hearings, etc. So going in chronological order, tomorrow, Tuesday, June 16th, 9 a.m., Board of Supervisors continues its budget hearing, and the fund continues on Wednesday, June 17th, again, starting at 9 a.m., budget hearings. Then we go to Tuesday, June 23rd at 11 a.m., Board of Supervisors meeting. There is agenda item on the cannabis ordinance amendments. And the issues of interest would be, one, cannabis odor. How is that going to be mitigated with these new permits? And then setbacks. Right now, setbacks are the only feasible way to deal with odor mitigation for outdoor grows. More distance, less nuisance. It's proposed that these permits will not expire. Right now, under the current ordinance, they do expire after 10 years. So that can be a problem when it comes to bringing or controlling nuisance players, those who are not abiding by the rules. Continuing on Thursday, June 25th, between 9 and 10 a.m., there's a Planning Commission hearing on a Scotts Valley proposed project, and that is for Lake Cocoa Farms. This is a major use permit for commercial cannabis cultivation. The issues are road safety, increased traffic, water availability, and cannabis odor. And that takes us through June. Thank you.
Do you know the address of the Scotts Valley proposed project?
It's on Hendricks Road.
Hendricks.
And I have the address, but I have it in my notes. Sorry, I didn't
That's okay.
write it down here.
That's June 25th?
June 25th, Thursday. Between 9 and 10 a.m. Thank you.
Margot. As always. Next. Next.
Well, this is just a public comment on what she just described. Two things. One, and I'll sort of work backwards on the cocoa farms. If that's something that this council is concerned about, that would be something that other advisory councils have written letters to the board expressing their concerns about a potential project. So that's something to think about if that's, again, what your board might want to do. What I'd really like to actually emphasize is the energy policy component. If you recall, Sonoma Clean Power came in a little over a year ago, and they first said, well, we just want to have you as a customer, but then it became very apparent that they also wanted us to basically agree to give up, or not, maybe not give up, but geothermal setback, geothermal zones, they called it, and agree to some vague term called a geozone. And that's essentially what stopped that project from proceeding and stopped the board from coming up to a vote. Since then, they came up with an ad hoc committee to put together an energy policy. However, based on the reports out so far, it doesn't look like they're coming up with an energy policy. They're coming up with, as best as I can tell, another Sonoma Clean Power version. So instead of putting in the legal framework to protect the county and the financial framework so that the county can obtain royalties and revenue and franchise rights and things like that, that could really transform our county from one of the poorest counties to one of the wealthiest per capita. It doesn't seem like they're entertaining those ideas. And those are the things you would normally find in an energy policy. So just so you know, I did write a letter and sent it in last night asking for an energy policy that would include certain things. I know that there's some other people in District 3 that have done that, and I would respectfully ask that this board also consider writing a letter to the Board of Supervisors saying, these are the things we would like to see in an energy policy going forward, including making sure that it's tied to the general plan. As an example, with Sonoma Clean Power, one of their terms of agreement was that they wanted Lake County to commit to a 20-year obligation. And if we decided to step out of that obligation, it would cost potentially tens of millions of dollars. And a 20-year obligation, that's something that you would want definitely tied to your 20-year plan. So we need to think about this. Energy is becoming more and more critical. And as Margot mentioned, AB 531, and there is a very strong demand for geothermal, or a very strong interest in geothermal. There's another company, I think it's called EXG or EGX, that they're proposing a geothermal plant right next to the lake, or not right next to the lake, but close to the lake, that will generate 100 megawatts of power. That's like a third of what the geysers already do, and that's just one plant. There's talk about the setbacks that are currently around the lake being revisited to be maybe less or not at all, or only around community growth boundaries. So those are the kind of conversations that an advisory council can weigh in on and say, this is what we'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Margot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to volunteer my services again to the council. If you would like to write a letter expressing your preferences or your strong beliefs, your values, I'd be glad to do that, to cover topics that Sky has identified, as well as, you know, what I covered under general plan and local area plan. Thank you.
Very good. Very
Yes, we do.
good. Yes, Sky.
Yeah, so I just want, I hope to get Margot to kind of clarify this general plan process, because I know we had this committee and we talked about the general plan, and then she came back and reported, and as I remember that she said that many of the, I would call creative suggestions we had, they just threw them out the window, particularly about diversified cropping, you know, a wider range of crops, acreage sizes and all that. But I'm not exactly clear on that. So with this new timeline, does that mean there's still room to debate or discuss that? That's
Well, I can't speak for what's going to make it into the final general plan, but I think it's important to let our electeds know where the community stands and what the community values are. And even though our recommendations, actually your recommendations, you know, on ag for the county, well, we have to see if it's going to get incorporated. But if it doesn't, well, that's something that we need to have a conversation with our supervisors, say, this we feel is important. And we want you to know that we feel that this is important. And then also share that with the Board of Supervisors so they know, because I say we, but you know, Scotts Valley is one of the prime agricultural areas of the county. So that voice, that advice should count. And so it should not just go to the supervisor of District 4, but it should be something that the entire board should be able to hear and process. I don't know. Did that answer your question? Not really. Okay.
Very confusing process.
It is a very confusing process. So we do a letter. It might not make into the final draft of the general plan, but we would have it on paper what our values are and let our supervisor and the board know.
So Margot, does the board want to wordsmith a letter with Margot's assistance on supporting of this? Is everybody agreeing with that?
Good idea.
Can we have somebody from the council liaison with Margot? Anybody here? Joel, could you do that?
If I can do it by email, that would be fine.
Would you work with that?
Sure.
And put together a letter in support, and then get back to us as soon as possible and see if we want to go with it? Does that make sense?
We can have two, right?
Two.
There's nobody.
Yeah, and also Cornelia, so you got Cornelia and Joel to work with you and to try to put that in together for support to move this forward.
Very good. Will do. And then Sky, so we can incorporate erosion control and flood and BLM. Shall we include that too?
As your wisdom directs us.
So may we count on the ability to tap your brain then?
Yeah.
Pick your brain? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Council.
Margot, for all your good work, everybody, good work out there. Thank you.
So are we making this an official ad hoc committee?
We're making it I don't know if we want an ad hoc committee, but
I
just
don't
a
know, that's an
coordinated
appropriate
effort,
approach.
Yeah, I guess it's an ad hoc.
Yeah, make an ad hoc committee to write a letter of support of the geothermal with Joel and Cornelia as members with working with Margot. Okay, that should take care of the upcoming hearings, new permits and all that. Anything else on that subject before we move on? Moving on, we're going to go to item D as in David, council member updates and calendar items. Let's start with Joel. Any council member updates?
No, nothing, thank you.
Jarrett?
The only thing I'll bring up is, I just found out BLM is undergoing a huge transition. They're being melded, I don't know the details, but they're being melded with the Park Service and some other things. So which staff that they've had, they put on a lot of new staff that are really good people. Who's gonna have what authority and which focuses now is in huge transition. So I'll try and get more information on that. And a lot of it is gonna affect their fire people and all the different watershed specialists. That's really gonna be a shakeout.
Thank you, Jarrett. Jody, anything?
No, I don't have anything, except, have you talked with Neil about that? Oh, sorry.
No, I talked to, God, I'm blanking on his name, one of the fire guys, last week. It's just when I found out about it, but I hadn't talked to Neil. That would be a real interesting thing if you didn't mind checking in with him on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't get a lot of details, just that it's a huge thing.
He was talking last night when he was visiting that fire is being kind of shoved over into a whole different area that is changing things radically for them.
Yeah.
I'll see what he can come up with.
Yeah, maybe you could get a lot better thumbnail on it than I got.
What's that?
Maybe you can get a lot better overview on it from him.
If I could remember it all. He covers a lot of ground.
Yeah.
We can. I keep thinking we should.
Should we ask him to attend our meeting? Jared?
I don't think it's a good time to pin down any individuals on anything until this shakes out. Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're trying to figure out a lot of how it's going to work themselves. Is the impression I got.
Cornelia, anything to offer?
Yes. Please put down July 25th, save the date for our Neighbor Fest. It's going to be a little different this time. We're doing it in the evening on a Saturday from 4:30 to 8:30, and it'll be much more informal. And we'll combine our, I guess it's the Neighbor Fest is meant to be like a block party so that neighbors know each other and can help each other and share resources. And the first couple of years we did it, we had a grant that paid for specific things to focus on fire prevention and, all along those lines. And that grant was over a couple years ago, and then we got another grant to do a little bit of more of a presentation. And this year we'll have information there, resources there, but it won't be like, speakers or anything. It'll just be some booths with information and food and, get to know each other. And a tangent on that will be a fundraiser for this building, for the Scotts Valley Women's Club. They need a bunch of things done, and I figure if we can combine the two, we'll have more attendance and help the people who help us have this meeting here every month. And so it's just still, in the fluid stages, but we have a date and we have a time. And our next, and a place at the Medinas. Yeah, I should have said that, yes. Tracy Medina agreed to have us, let us have it there on July 25th from 4:30 to 8:30. Please put that on your calendars, and we'll have more details to follow. Our next meeting will be before that date, but please put it on your calendar and try to get as many people to come as possible. Any questions? Yes, because you said that's where you prefer, and so do we.
Yes, Margot?
What kind of help do you need?
Speak up.
What kind of help do you need?
Help?
Yes. Are you
I
looking,
want you to come and have fun with us.
are you looking for some baked goods or,
Yeah, that would be awesome.
okay.
Yeah.
And-
We'll have hot dogs and, grilled things and drinks available, and probably just a potluck would be nice. Thank you.
And I'll send in my normal $50 donation to help you out, get goodies.
Yay! I'll buy margaritas.
Yeah, there you go. As far as myself, I wrote a letter to Brad Rasmussen regarding this committee. I have a copy of the letter for each of the council persons, and I will now read it. Brad Rasmussen, Lake County District Supervisor, June 14th. Dear Supervisor Rasmussen, I am writing this letter that I will be terminating my membership on the Scotts Valley Community Advisory Committee effective Monday the 15th at the adjournment of this meeting.
No.
After 2 weeks of pondering my age and other priorities, I find it is wise for myself to step down from volunteering and slow down in my life. In July 2021, I joined the advisory committee to support our citizens in Scotts Valley. I was voted in as the vice chair in 2021, and have served as chair in 23, 24, 25, and part of 26. I have enjoyed working with the members of this council and their passion and their commitment to making this an effective part of our county and supporting our citizens. I wish this council much success in the future.
That's a shock. You didn't give us any heads up.
Well, my doctors advised me I need to slow down.
You'll be well missed.
Well, will you still come to our meetings and keep us in line?
Well, I think I got the Zoom number at the bottom here.
No,
I might be the only one.
you might be our only Zoom member.
But it's been an honor to serve with you, and I hope I've done somewhat, a little bit of an effort to help make our group well. Yes, Tom?
Definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to hear that you retired. I just want to express my personal gratitude and pleasure being in front of the board with your leadership. I know community service is something that is super important, and finding people that are willing to dedicate their time and effort is not always easy, and I think you will be greatly missed, and I wish you best in your next endeavors. And please, there's plenty of room on this side of the board, okay? So it would be nice, especially if you're going to bring crackers and cookies, you should just sit over here. I'll sit next to you, and we'll do it, okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words, Tom.
Oh.
Yes, Margot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And truly, thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure, oh gosh, an honor. Trying to do public service with this council under your leadership. I truly appreciate your open-mindedness, and it's just been wonderful working with you. Thank you, and I wish you the very, very best and good health. Thank you.
Margot, for your kind words.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg. I think you needed a round of applause. I can't believe you put up with us for this long.
I brought a box of records here, and I'll turn over the music stand to whoever wants it, and the name tags and so forth. So, I'll try to, if there's any other things in my files, I'll try to bring them around to you. But it's been a pleasure to try to help out. I have to tell you, I really had a tough time with Supervisor Green in the background. Focus of what we were serving our members out here was really up the top there, and that caused some conflict. So I hope that you didn't notice it. I hope I kept it within myself, and I fought hard to represent you in regards of, I felt, a failure for him to meet the responsibilities of a supervisor to serve our people out in Scotts Valley. I'm very happy with Brad Rasmussen. I will support him. I think he's doing a great job. But most of all, I thank each one of our council members that have been here as a team. I hope that we worked well together, that no one stuck out as a leader, that you could tell who the leader of this team was because of all of us working together to serve our citizens out here. So it's been a pleasure to be part of you all. Thank you for that.
Who's our vice chair?
Jody, I'm gonna give her all the paperwork.
Oh, boy.
Call of duty. So with the, just want to make sure that before we go, we have a list of agenda items that for future meetings that we have captured. This is a good time to ensure that we've done that. Do we want to go over that list quickly? Do we feel that's necessary?
Future agenda items, I don't have a list handy.
Jared, I gave you a little list there. Can I just use that off?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These are the ones we're gonna. Your battery's dead. So these are the ones we're gonna make.
Yeah, I've got down some discussion about El Nino and the effects here. I don't know how effective or knowledge we could do. The sewage spill, again, is legislation, so it's hard to get information. That valve covered pump and updates on that is something. The water metering at the bridges for BLM, can we get them to put in another water meter for the flow? And of course, agriculture versus the hitch, is there any decision or direction in looking at how that may affect our agriculture out here as far as the hitch? Those are things that I've listed down. Is there any that I missed? Anybody?
Well, we have to put the letter that we agreed to work on our next
Okay,
agenda.
that's on that committee to write a letter of support.
Yeah.
But I think I'm trying to capture concerns for agenda items for the future here. I hope maybe I've captured them. I'm not sure if I got them all.
Yeah, well, I was thinking these were the items we wanted to make standard agenda items so that they're basically there every month.
Well, that's why we added flooding this time.
But
So I think we covered all the climate disasters in that category.
yeah,
Okay, the next meeting on July 20th, the guest speaker is Chris Childs, Water Resources Program Coordinator. Childers, who'll be speaking on the Tule Lake and Scotts Valley Fish Passage Assignment. So that is a cooperative work plan between that area of Tule Lake and Scotts Valley. See what that. So that is the next speaker. With this, is it any other comments before adjournment? At this time, whatever time it is, I can't see over my shoulders. 6:37. At 6:37, I now adjourn this meeting of the Scotts Valley Advisory Committee.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Greg.